Tēnā koutou. We'll start our meeting with a karakia from Adam King.
Sorry. Tihe Meriora. Ika mana, ika reo, ika hawewha. Tina koutou, tina koutou, tina koutou katoa. Behold the breath of life to all the authorities, call the voices to the four winds gathered here. Greetings, greetings, greetings to everyone. Karakia, Timataka, Tutara mai ruka, tutara mai raro, tutara mai oroto, tutara mai waho. Kia tau i ta mauritu, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, humia huia tākia. Drawn to the supreme sacredness, to clear, to free our heart, body and soul, to prepare a pathway to prepare. Lo, there is peace suspended high about manifest, draw together, affirm. Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe. Kia ora. Welcome to everyone, to both our committee members and staff, and to anyone who is watching. I am in the absence of Councillor Gary chairing this meeting, but when I have conflicts of interest, Councillor Barker will take the chair. And when we're discussing an application where you have conflict of interest, members please sit back with the microphone off, but do not turn off the video because we still need you in the room, so to speak, for a quorum. Thank you. So apologies have been received from Councillor Christine Gary and Parker, and I'll move that they be accepted. I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Barker. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Thank you. Thank you for indicating by either indicate by waving your hand or speaking. Thank you. Confirmation of agenda, item number 3. I'll move that the subcommittee confirms the agenda without additional alteration. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Elder. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. All those against? Those in favour, motion carried. Thank you very much. Declarations of interest. Are there any amendments to members' registers of interest? Hannah?
Just double checking that the Midwinter Carnival's on there as a conflict for this meeting for me.
Yeah, just declare that item. Thank you. Adam?
Yes, Tiho Orofano Services.
Okay. Right.
I've got a few to add actually.
Are they like overall or application by application?
Yeah, it's the application.
Okay. You're not on the board or anything of Te Hoa?
What's that? No.
Okay, all right, thank you. But yeah, this one, and we're just talking about your permanent kind of register.
Right, okay, yep.
All right, and then we'll take application by application for other things.
Cool, okay.
Thank you.
Cover.
Okay, so I'll move that the subcommittee notes the elected or independent members' interests registers and confirm the proposed management plans for elected or independent members' interests. Thank you, Councillor Walker, sorry, for seconding. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, the motion is carried. Now we're moving on to the confirmation of minutes. That's the grant subcommittee, 29th of September 2021. I'll just take that as read. So I'll move that the subcommittee confirms the minutes of the grant subcommittee meeting held on the 29th of September 2021 as a correct record. So the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Barker. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Thank you, the motion is carried. And now we move to reports. And item 6 is managing unspent grant funding. Right, shall I hand that over to Mrs. Lanini?
So I'm happy for the subcommittee to take the report as read and to answer any questions that you do have around it.
Any questions, members? No questions? Okay.
Just Joy, so we've got a general policy, haven't we, of what to do, because it could definitely affect the next couple of years, I imagine.
That's correct. So this is the policy as it stands, because the period of discretion that was requested or provided by the council last year has expired. The subcommittee could ask the council to provide it with another discretionary period, noting that we've had a second national lockdown. We're still in level 2. We are yet to see what the COVID protection framework looks like exactly in terms of events in particular and arts activities. And also we are not yet in that framework. And it looks like the framework will create some different ways that event organisers are going to have to look at their event planning. So the subcommittee could choose to request additional period of discretion from the council, or accept the policy as it is, and we work with it as clause 4.4E stands.
Thank you. Yes, Hannah?
This might not be the right question, but is COVID is reality now, and as you've said, events and arts are going to have to deal with this. Is this going to form part of the review that you're doing of the policy overall, or do I have a misunderstanding of what that review looks like? I think what I'm getting at is when I was reading lots of these arts and events applications, I kept thinking, what is their COVID mitigation plan? There were a couple of assessments that referred to funding being held until the event was confirmed, but there seemed to be a bit of randomness with dates. And we do have to operate in a really different way now, and that planning has to be part of it. So sorry, this is turning out not to be a question, but the question is that forming part of that review, I think?
Yes, the answer is yes. So every part of the grants policy is part of the review. So the grants policy in its entirety will be reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Walker?
Sorry, back to getting used to unmuting myself again. I think it just leads on from the previous question, and I probably won't. I'll try and frame this in a question as well. It's obviously a very I'm definitely going to use unprecedented time, because this is going to be going on ad infinitum in my mind. But the question here is in regards to this managing unspent grants funding outline is, we just need one consistent way of doing it, because I, like Hannah, as I read most of these applications, many of them were indicating the likelihood of them not progressing. So, Joy, is it the modus operandi of this to make sure we do have one consistent message for everyone, and not have that higgledy-piggledy approach that we've had to have coming back to us and assessing each one individually. Sorry, that's a very long-winded question, but I'm trying to get over the sort of get into the meat of the difficulty how difficult it must be for applicants in the current context to apply for money in times of uncertainty.
Yeah, so I think if we work with the policy as it sits, 4.4E, then that's consistent approach that we put across all the way we deal with unspent funds. There is some, and I think when it comes to postponement of events, then when groups are asking to postpone, we should then be providing advice around, postponement dates not being outside of that 12-month period, so from the time that they had their allocation. So that they need to have a postponement date that sits within that, because if they decide then to move from postponement to cancellation, we're sort of out of that 12-month period. I think the actual policy as it sits does provide some clear guidance to us in being able to advise people on that. And just to note, as a slight follow-on from that, because you both subcommittee members have referenced, I think that also the assessments and the way they're done, some of the when staff were looking at the assessments, and I reviewed them also, some reference was made to events, money funding being committed where the events were sitting very much outside of the current level 2 to be able to be managed successfully under level 2, which is what we are currently in. So the funding was really, so we were noting with particular events that we felt it would be very difficult to manage in level 2, that funding should only be committed when the event organiser could confirm they could go ahead. I think that is about being having due diligence at our end and how we assess those, where there were other events that could clearly happen whether we were in level 2 or not.
Thank you for that fulsome answer. That's, yeah, I'm comfortable.
Councillor Barker?
If we were to look to change any of this, would that have to go through a full council meeting?
Councillor, do you mean changing the policy as it stands?
Oh yeah, well, on the meeting on 4th of May, that was moved by the Mayor and Councillor Staines to basically approve that the grants management policy requirements were suspended due to COVID-19. So if something were to be changed, then we would have to go through that council process again. Would that be correct? And I think the next council meetings are, there's one next week, but it's too late for that, December. And I guess, I guess I'll wait for the answer for that question, then ask my next one.
So yes, that is correct. It would have to go back to council, and as you've already noted, it would have to be the 7th of December meeting, which means that it's too late for the decisions that this subcommittee will make at this meeting. So any discretion that you request would have to be for further meetings, for future meetings.
Thank you. And we're expecting the government to announce the traffic light things, which I guess would also influence whatever was decided in the future. So would it be, I guess I'm thinking that this is okay, and then we'll look at what happens when the traffic light's announced and how that affects events.
Look, I think that from our events point of view, speaking more with an events hat on here, I think we would say that we're more confident that events will be run probably after the first quarter of 2022, because event organisers will be much clearer on what the protection framework means for them in a more detailed sense. There will likely, I think, in the future be event organisers that have to change the way in which they've run some of our longer held events just because of the nature of scanning and registering people. But I think we're more likely to see events go ahead next year. And so from a staff point of view, I think this is agree to some degree, but I would also want to make it clear that I also see that some of the organisers in the future are going to have to think differently. And I think there's a lot of work outside of the grants process around that, and potentially that there may be additional requests for support to help with those additional compliance costs in the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
So just following on from that discussion, would it still be helpful to, at the December meeting, have that, I suppose, opportunity to say that, you know, there could be that period could be extended around grants, just because next year could be still up and down?
Councillor, I don't feel it's appropriate for me as a staff member to say whether I think that's helpful or unhelpful. What I've tried to do with the report and with my answers this morning is, I suppose, give you a sense of where staff see things happening, what we understand as some of the complexities for organisations, but also highlighting that in some ways the current policy provides a very clear guideline for us at present. It really is a subcommittee decision.
Cool, thank you.
Are there any more questions? Well, I'm very happy to move that the subcommittee notes clause 4.4E of the DCC grants management policy that should be applied in managing the return of unspent grant funds. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Walker. Are there any speakers to the motion? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Those against? Abstentions? Thank you, the motion is carried. Yeah. I'll hand it over to Ms. Lamini to talk about cancelled events.
So noting the motion that has just been passed, there are 3 event cancellations from the March round, which we would like the subcommittee to confirm a decision on in regards to the return of funding. The first one is the St Andrew's Day event. So this was to be in November. The event has been cancelled. An event organiser received $4,000, has spent $1,102 and is requesting a decision about whether the council should, whether they should return the funding or use it for the 2022 event. Noting the policy, it would be staff recommendation that the amount of $3,895.75 be returned. Once returned, that can then be used for the next round of community events grants.
So we're going to take them case by case.
I think so, if that's all right. Sorry, I think if we could take these 3, case by case, it might be easier.
Right. Are there any questions? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I would just have to be careful with conflicts here because I have a conflict on the St Andrews event, so I'd have to sit aside from that decision.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any other questions?
I'm happy to move.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Elder. Councillor Elder is going to move that we ask St Andrew's Day or event organisers to return $3,895 of unspent funding. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Ms. Malloy.
Sorry, I think you got the total wrong there.
The funds?
I think you asked for 3,000, but I think it was 2,000.
No, $3,895.75. Oh no, it would be 2. Sorry, yes, that's incorrect on my spreadsheet. $2,895.75.
Thank you for the maths, Councillor Walker. All right, so it's been moved by Councillor Elder and seconded by Ms. Malloy. Are there any speakers to the motion? Okay, thank you. I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Second case.
So this is the Otago Society for Music Education. This is the ukulele jam, which has received, so make sure this is correct now, received $1,255 in the March round, spent $575, and so has $660. So they have cancelled, and staff would recommend the return of funds as per clause 4.4E of the policy.
I'm happy to move.
Okay, Councillor Elder second to move. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Barker. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Hayden.
Yes, I'm sorry. The microphone, your room is very live, so anytime anyone puts down a glass or anything, we hear it. It's quite difficult. I didn't hear the name of the society clearly.
Sorry, just going back.
The Otago Society for Something Education.
Yeah, sorry, I want to give you the proper name. Otago Society for Music Education.
Sorry, I missed it again.
Otago Society for Music Education, and the event is the Dunedin Ukulele Kids Jam 2021.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just going back to Peter's point there, it might be just, I don't know if everybody has or not. If everyone turns their microphones off when they're not speaking, it does help tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there's no further discussion on the motion. I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. And now we are on to the third case. Thank you.
Right, this is the Otago Peninsula Trust, and this is a confirmation of a previous correspondence on this application. So rather than a motion, it's confirming the previous motion of this council, which was made by the subcommittee, which was made by email, for funding for the Glenfellow Night in Wonderland to be returned, and it was $5,000, and it has been returned and is sitting in this round for allocation. So if it's possible to confirm
The email motion.
the email motion, and then we have one more after this that came through yesterday.
We don't have to move that, do we, or do we?
It's a retrospect.
So he just wants us to confirm the email motion. Are there any questions or clarification? Okay. So we have a moment for us to confirm the decision made by email.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Elder. Seconder. Councillor Barker, thank you. Any discussion? Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. That motion is carried. And hopefully the fourth and final case.
All right, so this is for the Ignition Children's Book Festival, which was granted $3,000 in March 2021. It's worth noting that they retained funding of just over $900 from the 2020 event as well, but have advised us that they are cancelling this event. So they have spent more than the $3,000 that they were granted from the subcommittee as part of their costs. They're requesting that we decide how much should be returned. They have, out of the $3,400 that they have already spent, they have actually paid for flights for presenters, which is not part of the grants criteria. So we don't fund flights and accommodation. So staff would just recommend that we request the amount of $729.20 back, which is the amount for costs that don't meet our grant criteria.
Thank you, Mrs. Alini. Are there any questions? Ms. Malloy?
I was just going to move it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Adam. Mr. King? So it's been moved. Are there any speakers to the motion? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. Motion is carried. Is that the end of business? And that's the end of that part of the agenda. Thank goodness. Right. We're now on to item 7, Arts Professional Theatre, Creative Community Scheme, Community Events and Grant, and Community School Grant applications. Okay, so everyone's done their reading, and we're up to arts grants. So page 25 to be your attachment A. If you haven't remembered that, we'll call that. And welcome to Ms. Wilkie and to Ms. Lingari, Relationship Advisor, Council Initiatives, Alatoi. That's Ms. Wilkie, and the Manager of Creative Partnerships, Ms. Lingari. So they'll speak to applications. Are there any comments you wish to make ahead of the business?
Kia ora tātou. I just have a short statement, and this applies to all of the arts grants we'll be looking at today. So that is Creative New Zealand Creative Community Scheme, DCC Arts Grants and DCC Professional Theatre Grants. The total number of grants received in this round was 35, compared to September 20 when we received 37. The numbers for Creative Community Scheme are slightly down on March, but March was a particularly large round. So we have 18 Creative Community Scheme grants compared to March 21 where we had 26. All arts sectors continue to suffer considerable hardship due to cancellations and ongoing restrictions on audience numbers. This is especially evident in the performing arts, but visual, literary and craft arts are also hampered as workshops, festival events and exhibitions must adhere to distancing and maximum attendance requirements. Many projects have had to be postponed or cancelled more than once, and the people in our sector are very weary. Grant applications continue to be sourced predominantly from the performing arts, which includes music, theatre and multimedia performance. There do remain some barriers to supporting craft and visual arts through the grants process. This is mainly because both Creative Community Scheme and DCC Arts grants are more suited to funding event-type standalone projects with a defined outcome. Craft and visual arts practitioners, on the other hand, are more likely to require support for the ongoing process rather than a discrete event with a defined start and finish. So if there were any questions about why we see fewer visual and craft art applications, that is one of the reasons, and I'm sure that is something we can look at when we go over the grants management policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkie. Conflicts of interest before we get into the meat of the meatiness of discussion. I know that Mr. King has one for number 9, Te Hau Water Whānau Services.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so shall we have a general discussion, or are there questions regarding any of the applications? Councillor Allen?
I just wanted to, she's got a croaky voice, I'm sorry, to look at the decline one first. Everybody is a treasure CT, just because that gets it kind of out of the road. I was wondering if that would be okay. Just the rationale behind the decline. Is that okay?
Yes, I can speak to this. This particular applicant did receive funding in September 20 for a project similar to this. In the report back, it wasn't, while it was successful for those who applied, the applicants themselves actually thought that they would like to come back and redo a similar project and build upon what they've done. One of the main reasons for declining this was that the budget was not very clear. In addition to that, the program was somewhat undeveloped. The schools hadn't been approached, and because this was intended as mostly to be implemented through the schools, and we know how much pressure schools are under at the moment with ongoing mask wearing and potentially COVID requirements, it was thought that this time around there were other more local and better structured applications that could be supported with the funding.
Thanks for that.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Ms. Glengarry and Ms. Wilkie as ever for their work. This might be a dumb question, excuse me if I'm way off the mark here. It's just regarding the broad-based school application and the next, when we, basically, is the criteria for community grants and arts grants separate? Because in the community grants, I think it's policy 3.2 is used to say that we don't fund schools, etc. But obviously we're funding broad-based school. I'm just not sure when the policy does apply and doesn't apply to funding for schools. So I just need clarification, I guess. Does that make sense?
That actual clause in the policy is for all grants in the policy. So it sits across all of the grants. It's the main part of the policy versus each grant criteria. So it should be applied to all grants where it's rates funded DCC funding. So obviously if it's a creative communities grant, there's like different criteria or waste minimisation based because it's not DCC funding, but that clause of policy should be applied to all areas where grants are rates funded.
Thank you. Very clear.
Are there any other general questions? Ms. Malloy?
I was just thinking and slightly vaguely about the spread across genre of applications in the CTS arts and professional theatre. Obviously it's more obvious, but would it be to too labor intensive maybe to add a column in this delightful spreadsheet that I love every time I get it, just saying what art form it is, because it's just, it might be quite good to see where the gaps are, you know, what art forms aren't applying for funding. I don't think there's a lot of dance, for example, in this round, and not a lot of literary.
I believe, I'm not 100% sure, I know that in our own internal spreadsheets we do have that for creative communities, but whether that comes through on the grant subcommittee spreadsheets.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Lisa. Sorry. Can you speak?
Is that all? Is that better? I believe on our internal creative community spreadsheets in particular, it does note which art form, but it would be up to Rebecca. Well, I mean, if it can go into the spreadsheet, I mean, I personally don't see an issue with that. If it's wanted by the grant subcommittee, I'm sure they could request that a comment about arts genre could be added.
And I might just say that we certainly do that spread ourselves internally as we sit down and work through these assessments. So yeah, we certainly are aware of those sorts of issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
It's me again, Councillor. It is about hearing things. It's so difficult. Can I ask you please to really work closely with your microphones? I think that might help us, and then we get less sound from the room. Lisa, it was very hard to hear what you were saying. Sorry.
Thank you. Are we ready to go through application by application, if you like? Or, you know, first of all, we'll start with the decline case. Is that right? Okay. So everyone's clear that this is the Click Happy Plus project? Well, sorry, yeah.
Happy to move decline.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Elder, thank you very much. Any discussion? All right. So it's been moved and seconded that we confirm the staff recommendation of decline of everybody as a treasurer, number 7. Are there any speakers? Thank you. I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. That is confirmed that we are declining number 7's application. All right. And now we move to Te Hau Order. Whānau Services, we have a conflict of interest declared by Mr. Key, so he'll sit back. Is there any discussion? Movers and seconder, or mover, thank you Mr. Hayden, thank you Councillor Elder. Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All right, so we're confirming that we approve, as recommended, funding a grant of $2,040. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Yes. Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. All right. And can we? I'm sorry, I'm not concentrating, but can we move the rest as one whole? We can. All right. All right, going to move. Sorry, Hannah, yes?
Can I suggest we give, is it Weka, sorry, I've just lost my spreadsheet, the Weka Club the balance of $25?
Aye, you're moving that?
Yeah.
Do we have a seconder?
Yep.
Who was the second?
Councillor Elder, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hayden?
Yes, the only one there, well, there was two. There was Weka Club and Wanda Foundation, numbers 10 and 11, that didn't receive their full amounts. Very close in terms of Weka Club, and thanks, Hannah, for boosting them a little bit. The Wanda Foundation, that was also applying with Creative Communities, and the point was made that they're also applying to the waste minimisation fund. So I'm not part of that, but I'm assuming they get support from that fund as well.
Ms. Wilkins?
Okay, hopefully you can hear me better now, Peter.
Yeah.
They have, I spoke to some length with Anna, who is Waste Rwanda, and she did apply to the three funds. Funding has been recommended, as you said, through the DCC Arts Grant, and I can say that in the waste minimisation, I believe the funding recommendation is for the full amount she has requested.
Thank you. And there was also a point about travel, claiming for travel.
With regards to this, one of the reasons that we did not recommend funding this particular project through CCS is because we're working with, a lot of the funds do go towards Anna travelling from Wanaka to do these workshops, and that, I mean, the project itself has a lot of merit, but in terms of increasing our local arts economy, it was felt that she could do a slightly smaller scale project, and funds that would potentially have gone towards covering her travel and accommodation for a larger project would be better spent on local artists or people working within our own ecosystem.
Thank you. Heard every word. That's great.
Mr. Hunter?
Kia ora, thank you. With regard to application number 2, Connected Media Trust, whilst it sounds like a really good and worthwhile event, I am a little concerned from a pedagogical perspective. It seems very much outcomes-based rather than process-based, and quite light in the workshop follow-up. It's an observation that I'm a little bit concerned about with that event. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Don. I did actually mention this to Anthony Decker, who works in our film and enterprise as one of our film people. He was aware of the project, and he said that they do produce some good work. And yes, it is outcomes based, and that is the case with a lot of the grants we see, because the way the criteria are fixed are centred around providing a defined outcome. We did think that the fact that this was also supported by the Ministry for Youth and Te Māngai Paho were bonuses in terms of this particular application, and we thought that it strengthened it, but I certainly take on board your comments about the potential that the actual process may not be as strong as it could be.
Kia ora, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I know that we still have Ms. Malloy's motion about the $25 to Weka. So, but just feel free to have a general discussion, and then we'll come back to that. Are there any other? Does that allay your fears, Mr. Hunter? Your concerns?
Given that those conversations have been had, whilst it's not apparent in the application, yes, it does allay my concerns, and one would expect if this event is repeated, that a little bit more explicit with regard to the follow-up activities after the main event. So, kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other general issues before we deal with the motion by Ms. Malloy? Okay, so Ms. Malloy has moved and it's been seconded by Councillor Elder. Correct. That the $25 left over will be given to the Weka Club, application number 11, bringing that to $4,775. Are there any speakers? Right, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against, abstentions? Thank you, the motion is carried. Right. And now we can deal with numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Oh, have we taken 9?
We've done that.
Oh, sorry. 8, 10, and 10, 8 and 10. Right. You're moving? Or you speak?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillors Elder and Walker for moving and seconding. Is there any discussion? Right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. Thank you. The motion is carried. How are people feeling? Are you okay? Do you want to push on, or shall we have a short, very short break?
I'm fine.
People fine? Okay. Right. Moving on to the next one, and I think it's professional theatre grants. Again, Ms. Wilkie and Ms. Gregory will speak to these applications. So we're on attachment B, page 26 of the order paper. Any comments made ahead of discussion?
The main comment here will be around the extraordinary application from the Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust. And this is an anomaly, and it's come about because the Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust normally receives funding through the City Service City Project grants process in May. Unfortunately, this year, they missed applying for the deadline, applying in time for the deadline. And because they normally receive or have received in the past few rounds, they started with about 25 to 30,000, and that has been cut over the last 2 or 3 years to 10,000, and this covers a part-time manager. Because this is their only source of that operational funding, and because there was funding left over once the professional theatre funds were allocated to the grant applications, we thought that if the subcommittee agreed, it would be in the spirit of supporting professional theatre within Dunedin, that any remaining funds could be allocated to the Mayfair to fund the operational costs.
Ms. Malloy?
While I very much support the Mayfair getting this money, 2 things. Is it going to open up other venue trusts to apply to this fund for support? And I do have a little bit of a question about how much professional theatre goes into the Mayfair as well. Do you have a sense of that ratio, I guess? and also the bigger picture question, I think, is so organisations like the Mayfair, the Symphony Orchestra, perhaps the Regent Theatre, some of those kind of peak body, city choir, those sorts of organisations, are we starting to think about how we fund them in a sustainable way that's not putting this degree of pressure on these funds right across the board? Is that again, does that come into the grant management policy review, or is there another piece of work that needs to be done or is being done around that area? So maybe there's 3 questions in there. Sorry.
I think you have to go back and forgive me, Hannah, that was a lot of questions together, because certainly we could see that there was a real need in professional theatre in the whole economy, and that we presented to an earlier meeting that this would be the best way to use this money in terms of the professional theatre ecosystem, especially given that wider picture of the preferred options around theatre and the new venue. So yes, this is an ongoing conversation around how we best see this. We absolutely see this as a one-off in professional theatre, because this fund should be about continuing the delivery and development of live theatre here. But given we have a shortfall and we know that the Mayfair, I mean, partly you could say that missing the application for the annual grant is a really good indicator that the theatre manager role is not, you know, there is some pressure there as that funding has been reduced over time. So yes, we're looking at all of this in a bigger picture, and we recommend that this is a good way to use the remaining money in this pool.
Yeah, I do support I do agree. I think the Mayfair needs the support and there is the money there, so let's give it to them, is my feeling about that. It's just, it is going to, given the mood, I guess, of the community, there just might be questions asked about why can they have it and I can't apply next time. Do you know what I mean? And it's just, I guess I'm just flagging that as something that I see could be a risk or a difficult.
That's up to the committee. That's our recommendation.
Sure, Ms. Malloy. Next we have Ms. Councillor Walker and then Mr. Hayden.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm probably going to be a bit more brutal than Hannah, actually. I find I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with this one. I was from the moment I read it. And listen, while I really do understand the need, I understand the sentiment, but I mean, as a councillor, I'm always wary of precedent setting, and always ask myself, when it comes to precedent, how do I defend that when I'm asked the question? And I say that in the context of the fact that as we opened the meeting, we talked about clause 44E and how diligent we should be about adhering to our policy. I don't think I could defend somebody if they ask me in the street when I say it meets the spirit, even though it doesn't meet the criteria. And I absolutely, sorry, I can't vote for this just simply based on that alone. I don't think as a committee we should be going out to the committee and saying we gave them $8,800 because it meets the spirit. I just don't like going into that territory, and it pains me because I really do understand the fantastic need of the Mayfair and many other people out there. And I think as Hannah she touched on the fact that, you know, how are other people going to feel when they hear we've done this? That's my feelings. I can't vote for this.
And I absolutely understand that, of course. I just wonder if it's clear in what we put forward that the Mayfair applied to the Community Grants Fund, where they are able to apply, but that was not seen, that was a precedent that didn't want to be set in that area too. So just to make that clear in terms of how this came to be, it wasn't that we sort of just decided that there was a gap there. There was an application that was put forward in the community events area.
Thank you.
Community.
Sorry, community.
Mr. Hayden?
So is this the for the Mayfair? Is this and thank you, Ms. Glengarry, for that. So they've applied to other funds as well. So is this seen as like the last bus stop in their possible the route of possibilities? Is it?
Through council, I believe so.
I'm sorry.
Through council's grants, through the system, yes.
I still couldn't hear that.
Sorry, through the grant application rounds that we have, this is the last opportunity until the next annual round, which is June, July.
And where they normally apply to it, and thanks for that background around the role of the part-time manager being the pressure and having missed the deadline. Is it not possible for that fund to come up with some funding, knowing that they are regular and ongoing, supported by that fund? Is there any other way of doing it? Because my other concern is that, and it's a question as well as a concern, is it seems that it's very neatly uses all the money of this fund. It ties it up neatly with a bow. So the amount that was available and the amount for distribution, damn near equal. So there would be $8,800 not allocated in this fund. Would that be held over perhaps for the next professional theatre grant round? Because we have lost against some support from Creative New Zealand, and I really, one should be holding on to all the dollars that one can get. Would it be held over?
Yes, my understanding is it would be held over until next, oh, sorry, no, Mrs. Donini has told me that it will disappear.
Professional theatre is only once a year, so it would not be looked at again, so it would be counted as a saving to the council. Just to clarify too, so the organisation Mayfair did not put in an application to the usual round of City Service City Project, as Ms. Glengarry has identified, put an application to the community grants. It was discussed, and the staff did not feel that it met the criteria for community grants, so therefore discussed how that might work with the other toy team, and that's why it's presented here. As outlined previously, this is the only grant round that this application could be considered in. City Service City Project is also only allocation once per year, and that allocation was in July of this year. So the next allocation for that is not till July 2022.
Thanks for that. So the money would not be allocated anywhere else. All right. Well, I have to think closely about it, and I'll probably support the giving of the money to Mayfair, knowing that they do a range of things, a range of seasons of production, some of them amateur, some of them professional, visiting theatre groups. And I think it's, if it's going to help them to keep going, then that's probably the way I would go. I would support it.
Sorry, I've not been concentrating very much. So we are still in question time, and we're not debating. Are we? Is that correct?
This is still general discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker? Councillor Walker, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I was, before you even mentioned that, I was going to apologise for my previous semi-rant was certainly not a question, so apologies. But I do have a couple of questions. If we, assuming there's no conflicts in this round, I'd like to take, can we take the vote on the Mayfair separately when it comes to it? And when I was reading through the application, because somebody helped me, maybe Peter actually, the word dramaturg came up a lot of times. somebody define the word dramaturg?
Yeah, a dramaturg isn't the writer, but sits alongside the writer either in a rehearsal or most commonly in a workshop situation to help the writer, to challenge the writer, to offer encouragement, to offer suggestions in terms of the structure and the writing of the piece. So it's editorial support.
Okay, thank you.
Before I give the floor to Ms. Malloy, are there any conflicts? All right, we're still in question time, eh? Ms. Malloy.
All right, unmuting. The reference to this not fitting in the community, this other application from the Mayfair not fitting in the community grants round, how does that differ from sports? You know, sports aren't really social sector either, but we fund some sports organisations.
No, we've traditionally not funded sports organisations.
I feel like there was one in there. Maybe
there is an application when we get to it. There are a couple of applications from sports groups, and there's only one that's recommended. That's because it's a capital cost, which is for a facility that's a shared community facility, but in general, no.
So you wouldn't make the same case that this is a shared community facility for the arts in the context of an arts ecosystem that's really struggling?
Then I think we end up with the same question about, you know, then do we have arts groups coming through to the community grants, and that was part of the concern. I mean, all of the grants are oversubscribed for the groups they're primarily set toward. And I guess that's a further conversation under the policy review, but I mean, if you open the door to this, then how many more arts organisations decide that it's a community grant and an arts grant? So yes, it becomes quite difficult.
I agree, it is difficult. I do I still feel that there's an oven or a dishwasher, whatever it was, the dishwasher for the rugby club versus the ongoing viability of one of our performing arts houses.
I think what we need to deal with is the fact that the request is into this round, into in the professional theatre, rather than whether it now should or shouldn't be in another.
Yeah,
it's
and I
to you in a different grant area. It's presented in the professional theatre, and it's entirely up to the subcommittee to decide if this should be approved in this particular area or not.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with that is
I think we're getting into discussion. Sorry, Ms. Malloy, I think we're getting into discussion.
Okay, sure.
Councillor Larkin? No, sorry.
My first question is that when I have my hand up on the chat thing, can you actually see it, and is that useful, or would you prefer us to put our hands up physically?
I just see it now, so physically would be great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wonder, because I'm quite concerned about actually supporting the Mayfair Theatre, given that they missed the round, and given that it was said that obviously they're under a lot of stress because they're getting less and less money to support their manager there. So what would happen if we declined that money? Would they be able to employ their manager or not?
I haven't spoken to them in the last week. I mean, certainly the need is there that they could use a technical manager. Their hires are still reasonably good, but it's managing all of that. So yes, this is, our recommendation is based on the fact that this supports the professional part of this theatre in our city. So it certainly would go into that element of what the outcome would be.
And Hannah asked a question earlier about how many professional theatre events, and I went to what I think it was Wairoa earlier this year. Was it this year? The year seemed to pass so quickly. And other events there. So this is probably like, how on average, how many events would they be hosting a year? It seems like it's quite a few.
They certainly are doing, as I said, they report that they're operating reasonably well. Any hires are more likely to be postponed than cancelled. So that's really promising. But in order to maintain the busyness that they're currently experiencing, then we see this as a worthwhile investment into the professional theatre scene.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunter. And then Mr. Hunter.
Just a question around the Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust again. Given that we haven't got a main theatre as yet, do you believe that this is fulfilling a role for the community that is created by that gap?
Well, I believe it does, and that's around the sense that the professional theatre that we hope to see would serve the whole community. So professional theatre, you know, the studies I read from Australia, any professional theatre would need to have 60% community participation. So certainly from where I sit, I think it's a worthwhile investment.
Thank you.
Ms. Malloy, question?
Sorry, I think I've jumped in ahead of.
Oh, sorry, Dom. Sorry, yes. Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter.
Kia ora. Given that the Mayfair did miss the application deadline, clearly it's a internal management issue for them that they did miss that deadline, and financially, essentially, we'd be financially supporting that mismanagement. So would we be sending the wrong signal to them and the wider theatre community is my concern.
And look, there's another part of this, let's call this quite a long story. There is a factor of a staff changeover because, and I have lovely Amy has joined us so she can look after her creative communities applications when they come through. Back to the Mayfair, it was the changeover in staff. They usually relied on a reminder. Now, they absolutely, I guess the other thing that I would say, and I have been in conversation with the Mayfair, they have recognised that this was a their They will make sure they have a funding calendar, and we would expect that. We've made that clear. So there's they would normally have received a reminder about their annual application that we normally receive. And before, Amy Cara had been in the role for 20 years. So that kind of changeover, I think, is a factor in the missing of the application that I think it's worth raising.
Thank you for that clarification.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Elder, and then Councillor Walker, and then Ms. Malloy.
Just a question about the fund itself. Is this Creative New Zealand funding that was given to us because of the closure of Fortune Theatre?
This is not the Creative New Zealand contribution that no longer comes to the city.
Okay.
This is the Dunedin City Council funding that used to sit in the operations, in the annual grant, the city service grant, that used to go to the Fortune, that now sits in professional development, so that professional theatre can continue to be delivered and developed in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you again. And I really want to not appear as if, as we approach Christmas, the Grinch. I asked this question in the context of the fact that as a subcommittee, we have to make evidence-based decisions based on your diligent work, based around a set of criteria. And again, I just can't get my mind off it meets the spirit. So I guess my question to you guys, is there a criteria that somewhere in our processes that says it meets the spirit?
We don't have that particular line in the clause, no.
Ms. Malloy.
Do you have a sense of if this Mayfair application isn't funded in either of these rounds, what the risk is of that being a quite a big step on the path to becoming another Fortune Theatre closure?
Certainly in speaking to them, to the Mayfair people, there seems to be a sense that we are seeing lesser numbers of volunteers, which I think is a really important part of this work, and it is a change. And I know we don't want to get back into the conversation around criteria, but all of these things will come into that reflection around salaries and operations for our arts, because at the moment that vehicle isn't there through, apart from City Service City Project, and they need to be the bigger organisations, and of course the Mayfair normally sat there. So I think we are very aware of the Mayfair having a lot of support and needing it.
Thank you. Have we quite exhausted questions regarding the Mayfair? Is anyone prepared to move something? Councillor Barker?
I'd like to move that we grant the Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust the sum of $8,805.79.
And Councillor Ellis seconds that. Thank you. Speakers to the motion. Thank you. I'll take the move of the motion first, and then Mr. Hayden, and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. The reason that I want to support the Mayfair getting this funding is that the original fund used to go to support the Fortune Theatre, to actually support theatre, and I think this is a really valuable community asset, and I would hate to see them, I guess, sink into further challenges. Obviously, with missing the deadline of May, that's made it extremely difficult for them. Getting lesser funding from council has made it difficult for them, and I am really concerned about them going forward. I've been to, as I said, I think earlier, I've been to professional theatre events there. It's a great theatre. It's a huge asset for the city. And I really feel that this is to support professional theatre, though we might have criteria around them. You know, this is the reason why we're here as a group, is to make decisions that may not, well, that do fit the criteria, but I think that around meeting the spirit, and the spirit here and the purpose of the fund is to support professional theatre. So I do hope that others support this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden.
And just to say, I would support the motion, but this to be seen as, and you've said it, Ms. Glengarry, as a one-off, and very much not to set any sort of precedent.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. As you probably heard from my questions, I mean, I certainly cannot support this. And I say that in the context of, I do want to support the Mayfair. Like Councillor Barker, I go to the Mayfair, I love the venue. I absolutely want to support it. My job on this this subcommittee is to abide by the rules and criteria of the subcommittee. And as Peter says, we don't want to create a precedent or one-off, but we are creating precedent, and one-offs really don't remain one-offs. I just feel really uncomfortable as a member of the committee that we're making a decision based on sentiment and emotion rather than the strict criteria, thankfully, under which we work. I mean, that's how efficiencies are gained by following due process. And once you start edging away from that, you're entering dangerous territory. And Don also said, you know, we in some ways we're supporting inefficiency. And if you go through the many papers we've had to read over the last few weeks, many others are declined for that very reason. And there's a good reason for declining inefficiency. And you know, we can all make up wonderful reasons, whether it's the dog ate my homework or whatever in life. But at the end of the day, you know, I am driven by the policies and processes. And again, I refer back to the opening of this meeting today, where we diligently agreed to support clause 44E. That's a process, and that's a good process, and it makes things work well, properly, and efficiently. Yes, I support the Mayfair. I hope it survives, but I will say if it needs $8,805 to survive, there's bigger problems down the line. So I'm definitely not supporting this. It's based on my role as a member of this subcommittee to do the right thing, and that's follow due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy.
I agree that it's important to have rules and criteria and to follow them, but I also think that with the grant management policy under review, I think there's been an acknowledgement by the subcommittee, certainly in my time, that some of those criteria need to be revisited and aren't working for the communities that these funds are supposed to be supporting. I think as well that if we set a precedent here that our performing arts infrastructure needs to get the support wherever it can, however it can, I think that the DCC as a governance body and as an organisation has to acknowledge their role in that, and this including the subcommittee as well, in why these organisations are struggling so hard and why one of our beautiful little theatre venues has been allowed to become so run down and difficult to work in for practitioners as well. I think that I argue that rather than mismanagement and inefficiency, I think it's a question of capability. And that's another thing that comes up in a lot of research that's been done in the city about why people can't access grants and funding, is because they don't have the capability in their organisations to apply to. They don't have the time, they don't have the know-how, they don't have the experience, so they miss out on grant all the time. It happens all the time. And in another one of these funds, a lot of the assessment sheets say this was a really strong application, this was a well presented application, so it should be approved. That's a conversation for later. I think it's important that the subcommittee supports the Mayfair and by extension the performing arts community and the professional theatre community with this, as you say, Councillor Walker, relatively small amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Again, talking about policy and following policy and precedents, I support this, but I support this with the parameters of when we put this out there that we say this may not be the appropriate fund for this group, but this funding was given in support of its continuity. And I know that capability was mentioned, but also I'm aware that also the person who had applied for those funds, there had been some change, and so within that transition process, things were dropped. I don't want to see that transition process spiral downwards. I want to see us support them so that next time city service grants come up, they can have the capacity to apply in the appropriate place. So I support this. I believe it is an anomaly, and I think we need to be clear about why they got the funds from this pool and then direct them with that capability to the next round of city service funds. So that's why I support this. I think it's a really important part of our performance culture and indeed the Mayfair Theatre is used by many community groups, schools, scouts, etc. as well. So yeah, no, I support it, but with those parameters being very clear about where the next steps might be and the support put in place for their capability to move on.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter.
Kia ora, I'd like to put a supplementary motion that the monies be offered as a loan rather than as a grant.
We can't provide
We can't provide.
Sorry, we can't provide a loan in the council in this grants fund. It has to be a grant or it's deployed.
I would like to remove that proposal that we offer a loan. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers before I hand it back to Councillor Barker for your right of reply? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Able to hear the support for the Mayfair. I think it's really important that we do support our professional theatre. And when we look at the history of the fund, it comes from the closure of the Fortune Theatre, and that money was to help professional theatre grow in Dunedin. When we look at our policies and processes, yes, they are important, and we are aware that these things may need to change in our next round. I think I definitely listened to the answers of the staff around this and how they had tried their best to help the Mayfair Theatre with getting some funding. I understand that it was a DCC staff changeover that was part of perhaps Mayfair not quite getting the dates right, and that is, you know, perhaps we need to own that as DCC as well. We do have a little bit of money left over in this fund, and I think one of the best uses to do that is to support professional theatre, which is what the fund was set up for. Ms. Malloy certainly summarised on behalf of the arts community, and that's one of the reasons why she's here. And I certainly listen very carefully to what Hannah said and understand the pressures that are in the professional theatre, especially with COVID. The pressures are huge, and I really feel like we do need to support our professional theatre through giving this money to Mayfair as a one-off, and then maybe we'll be looking at how we actually support professional theatre in a different way, perhaps in the next rounds. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Do you want that noted, Ms. Councillor Walker and Mr. Hunter? All right, thank you. The motion is carried. Right. Does the meeting feel that we're able to deal with the remaining applications or as one motion, or are there? Okay, so you're moving?
Yeah, I'm happy to move all as one.
We have a seconder? Mr. Hayden put his hand up first, so thank you. Right, speakers to the motion.
Oh, just to say that it was great to have that debate around the Mayfair Charitable Trust, but also professional theatre grants is to support ongoing theatre in Dunedin since that Fortune Theatre closure, and I think it's critical that this money be put into the theatre in Dunedin to keep it a vibrant, colourful place and keep that capacity and growing that capacity within Dunedin. Otherwise, we actually will run the risk of losing some of that capacity. So really happy with this.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden.
Yes, I thank the council representatives for their work with the various organisations that have applied for this fund. I think there's some good projects, and it reflects well on the future of theatre in New Zealand. There's in Dunedin, there's a number of organisations that have now become regular and who are growing as a result. However, I do wish to say that I really hope that the next round it is well oversubscribed, even though I know some people are going to miss out. But I want to see more production companies, more professional and semi-professional companies vying for this funding. But thanks for the work.
Thank you. Ms. Malloy?
I thought this was a delightful range of projects, a really nice mix of types of work. In my notes, I've written awesome in all capital letters against the Unity project, which I clearly felt quite strongly about as I was reading that. And I also want to acknowledge Ruth with Happy You. That's such a coup for Dunedin to have her here in this city. She's an incredible human and doing really important work, I think, as well. That's all.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I'll just very briefly get into the patting on the back. I mean, when I read through this, I mean, one of my thoughts was I just cannot wait to actually go and attend some of these theatre shows, and particularly if Martin Roberts' Afterburner is anything, as of the Stand of the Dark Matter, which was just exceptional. I can't wait. And good to see that democracy works. So well done for those pushing through on the Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust grant. I mean, we all want to support it. It's just my reasons for not are very clear, and I'll stand by them. But yeah, well done to the team for working on this. And I say we've got some exciting theatre to look forward to, and I'll certainly be sitting there in the audience. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers before I hand back to the mover? You're right to reply, Councillor.
I just want to thank the staff for doing this preparation and putting the links out for Mayfair as well. In particular, I'm really delighted by Happy You, because I think it has a really neat outcome in wholeness and wellbeing and mental health as well. So, which all of them do, but thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. That is, the motion is carried. Thank you. I don't know about you, but I really feel the need for a break. So I'm going to move that we adjourn for 15 minutes. And I have a second to Councillor Allen. All those in favour? Aye. So we'll come back in 15 minutes. I don't know what time that is. 11:15, and that's carried, isn't it? And did I consult Paul at the right time? Fine. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. I did. I had breakfast. Thank you, City Council. All right. Before we get into the rest of the agenda, can I just please, it's really great that people are engaging and having challenging discussions, robust discussions, but can we please be clear, and this is probably my fault, my chairing, be clear about question time and then debate time. And I'm just going to hand it over to Mrs. Lanini to clarify some things.
Just a clarification around references that have been made this morning to the policy. So the policy, the grants management policy 2009 is due for review as part of 2019, sorry, 2009, I've shown my age. The grants management policy 2019 is due for review as part of our 3-year cycle of review of our policies. So I just want to clarify, it's not being reviewed because we don't like it or because of COVID. Regardless of what was happening externally in the world, the policy would still be going through a review process, which is planned shortly. As part of that process, the subcommittee and council staff will be engaging in 2 workshops, and then there will be a report provided with a recommended amended policy, if we are amending it, to council hopefully by May 2022 to replace the existing policy if the policy does have changes. In the interim, it's useful to confirm that we should use the current policy in all decision making where the subcommittee and so staff are and should be applying the policy, and if the subcommittee feels there are moments when we are not, please advise us and we will make sure that that's rectified. The subcommittee can choose to work outside of the policy, but that should be noted when the subcommittee makes those decisions to work outside the policy in situations where, for example, a decline is recommended by staff based on the policy. If the council chooses, if the subcommittee, chooses to make a different decision, then it should be noted that that decision sits outside the policy, but is the decision that the subcommittee is making. And I just wanted to, I thought that would be useful to clarify before we have any further discussions today and look at the various applications before you. I hope that is helpful.
It's helpful to me, thank you. Ms. Moy.
I just wanted, I've clearly misunderstood the scope of this review, but maybe not, because it's something that's been discussed for a good couple of years about whether that whole kind of structure is looking at. So is that not what's happening? Is it just these are the words in the policy and
It's a policy review. It's not a review of the funding and how the funding is set. It's a review of the policy, the management policy. So it's not a review of every single grant and how much money. It's actually, so the policy, the grants management policy doesn't reference money. So if you look at the management policy that you will have, you are each provided one, that's what the review pertains to.
so is that bigger picture piece of work? I had interpreted from conversations held over the last year, probably year, that there was a bigger piece of work that was going to happen around.
No, the grants management policy review is the review. And I think that's probably a topic for the workshop when it occurs with the subcommittee and the information that was sent you prior to the workshop, but I'm not sure that it's really something that we want to get into here at the grants meeting.
Sure.
Yeah, but
it would be great to find that moment when it is good to get into it. If the workshop is.
So that's why we'll be having a workshop with the subcommittee to look at all of that, and we'll provide information prior to that around the scope. But the policy review happens every 3 years. And this is what we will be undertaking with the grant subcommittee.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, now we're into creative community scheme grants. Attachment C, page 27 of your order paper. And I welcome again Ms. Wilkie and Ms. Gary, and please introduce your new colleague, staff member.
I'd like to introduce Amy Taylor, who has replaced Carol Patterson as a creative advisor in Aotearoa.
All right. Are there any comments you wish to make, prefacing questions, etc.?
No specific comments with regards to the CCS.
Are there any conflicts to be declared in this section? Mr. Keane?
Yes, it's just on for 6 and 8.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Barker.
I have a question on was number 15, the sorry, the Peace Club at University of Otago, because previously that was a decline due to timing, and I read it a bit, but I didn't read it entirely, and I thought that I'd noted that they had cash prizes in that, and I thought that we wouldn't fund cash prizes, so I just want a clarification on what there's obviously been a change and there's been recommended funding.
Councillor, that is in the community events grants. This is
Sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
Any questions? Okay, so we shall proceed with declines. Yeah. What's the context?
Take 6 first.
Yep.
Then the rest of the decline.
Okay.
And then we'll take 8.
Okay.
And then the rest of the approved.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Murray, very much. So now we're going to do the decline with the conflict. So number 6, because Mr. King has a conflict, the Jenny Beatrix Victoria Jenny Kendrick project. So I'm happy to move that we decline. And the seconder, Ms. Malloy, thank you very much. Any discussion? Yes. Yes, Ms. Malloy?
I just had a little question about whether that was an example of somebody not really knowing how to write an application. It wasn't I didn't think it was a great application, and the notes in the assessment just made me have that question.
So we have had discussions with Jenny several times before, and when her application came in, it was a few days early, so I emailed and outlined the issues with the application and whether she would be interested in working on it, and I didn't hear anything. So we are, as ever, interested in engaging with her in future applications.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to the motion? All right, and I've got it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. That decline is confirmed.
Did you have a second?
Yes, I moved in. Thank you. Yep.
Sorry. So we're going to decline 1, 5, 9, and 16.
Okay. Right. We need to now move through the declines. That is decline. We support the staff recommendation that numbers 1, 5, 9, and 16 are declined. We have a mover and a seconder, thank you. I'm happy to move, thank you. And a second. Any discussion, any discussion? All right, we'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Abstentions, against, sorry. That is the motion confirmed, carried, thank you. And now, conflicts, again, number 8, because Mr. King has conflict, he will sit back, and we need a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for moving that we support staff recommendation, and thank you, Councillor Howard, for seconding. Is there any discussion? As the mover, would you like to speak? Okay, Mr. Hayden has a speech, I hope.
Not a speech. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted? Yep, okay. I thought this was strong, and I was trying to look through for reasons why it would have not received more than it did. I know the whole fund is rather oversubscribed, but quite a few got exactly what they asked for. I thought this one could have been tweaked up a bit closer to the ask.
I can speak to that. It was felt when we do go through all of the application. Oh, sorry, was that not a question?
No, sorry.
No.
Sorry. It's really hard. It's to use a compliment, isn't it? Thank you. Are you speaking?
Yep.
To the motion, thank you.
Yep. I definitely support this. I went to the Mrs. Matariki presentation with the video and all the other parts of the ceremony, and I think this would actually just continue to enrich this festival in a really positive way. So yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Are there any others? It has been moved to second today.
Yeah.
Are there any other speakers? Right on reply, Councillor Walker.
A nano speech for a nano festival. That's it.
All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. Motion is carried. Right. Now, do we have a conflict of interest? Thank you, Ms. Malloy, for number 3, the midwinter.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
It's fine. Because we have the great and fabulous Ms. Murray to keep us on track. All right. So we'll take this. So it's been recommended that number 3, the Dunedin midwinter celebrations, be granted.
Happy to move.
4,000. Thank you. Thank you. So we have a mover in Councillor Walker and a seconder in Councillor Elder. Is there any discussion? Mr. Hunter.
Kia ora. I am a little concerned about this festival. When you look at it within the broader context of Aotearoa New Zealand, the rest of the country seems to have moved on to embrace more matariki kaupapa in their winter celebrations. This is very much an Anglo-Saxon event. There's not even a sniff of, from the optics, from doing a bit of research and looking at old historical video content, there seems to be very little engagement in any concepts of matariki. And it sets us well out of step with the rest of the country, and I'm not really sure that that's the optics we really want, because this festival does get national coverage and is in its current format, and I'm not really sure that we really want this outdated style of celebration. It's a very brutal comment to be making, but I think it's a very important consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to the motion? All right, do you want to have a right of reply, Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just very briefly in response to Don's comments. I mean, I do get what he's saying. I think that's a good challenge to throw out there to the group. But I will also, it's worth commenting that it is fantastically popular in Dunedin, and it goes from strength to strength, and and does tend to cross most demographics. And I'm really impressed that they have worked on the environmental side of things in terms of removing the fireworks, which was something pushed for by myself and Sophie, Councillor Barker. So yep, I think it's fair, Don, to put the challenge out there, and let's see if those comments emanate back and if they can seep into applications of future to embrace Matariki. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Walker. Are there any other speakers? Oh no, sorry, quite a reply. All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Do you want that noted? Thank you. All right, the motion is carried. Thank you. And now we move to applications numbers 2, 4, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 18. You moving? Hannah?
I was just going to move that we give the Weka Club the extra $11. And
oh, okay.
Them.
All right. The Weka Club. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Elder, thank you. All right, so let's deal with that then, and then we'll deal with all the others. What number is it? 18. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion? Are there any other speakers?
Sorry, I need to observe that I meant $11.30 when I get the balance, not 11.
Right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you, the motion is carried. And now we will hopefully drop the others. Or shall I read it again in the list? You got it. Got it. Right. Do we have a mover? No. And a seconder? Who's the mover? Thank you, Councillor Walker. Thank you, Councillor Elder. Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just very briefly to just applaud the staff for the work on this. And the commentary sheets are just really consistent, well written, and enough detail and succinct enough to not drive me into having to read them to 5 a.m. every day. And I am a great fan, I have to say, of the rating system. I wish some of the other grants did that. I just like, it's not a definitive guide having a mark out of 20, but it is a good indication, particularly at the upper and lower end of how your thinking got to that point. So thanks for that work, and just say thanks for really well written, easy to understand reports. And I don't envy doing your work. So pat yourself on the back, please. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Elder?
I just wanted to talk to the youth space that is a new addition to this, and something that is welcome in these times. The Ōtepoti pop-up youth space, I believe, is a good use of that facility at Art Centre, but also our youth have been asking for a youth space, and I think it fulfills a number of really important things for our youth. So congratulations on that. I think they're all fantastic, but that's a new addition which I think is really worthy of giving some funding.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. And are we at the right time to bid Mr. Hayden and Mr. Hunter farewell? Thank you so much for your time and energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutua.
And all the best for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
Thank you. Still got a wee way to go.
Thank you, Ms. Wingary and Keith.
Welcome.
So we're into the community event grants part of the agenda, attachment D, page 29 of our pages. And welcome to the staff. And I will just hand over to Ms. Manini.
So prior to going through the applications, and staff will take those as read with you and have you answer questions. I just want to go through a few let you know that there were a number of applications that were withdrawn. So these three groups withdrew prior to the staff starting their assessment. And that was the Acts of Kindness Charitable Trust for their Christmas in the Stadium and the Dunedin Community Christmas, the Special Olympics Otago for their event in Octagon, and the Community Classroom for its summer school event. So they withdrew prior to the assessments being undertaken. And then three other events have withdrawn really over the last week or so. So that's the Great Dunedin Mixer, the new Edinburgh Folk Club Body Black Music Festival, or Folk Festival, and the United Dance Sports events. So I just need you to note that, which actually means there is more funding available in this round, and it will be up to the subcommittee whether you choose to amend the recommendations of staff from various applications, or whether you roll over some of that money into the next round, which you can do into the March round. Also, just to note that we have had a postponement application or postponement advisement from, just making sure I get all of these right for you, the Great Dunedin, Great Sunday Shindig. Now, the organisers are proposing that they will hold their event in February 2022, so seeking to retain their funding until that time. They applied in March, and so under the grants management policy clause, they can retain their funding to that point. But if they had to postpone again outside of the May timeframe, it would look like they were postponing, we would have to request the any unspent funds to come back prior to May 2022. So that's, at the moment, all of those are ready for your noting. And then we'll take each of the applications as they come through. So staff are happy to answer questions, and just so ensuring that you, Dan Hendra is our new team leader for events. Olga Zinko joined our team last year. I don't think she's so far presented to you, she may have. And Tammy Jackman and Alison Wallace are the other staff who've all assessed the grants this time. Yeah. We're just noting them as withdrawals. So that was only for noting the withdrawals. We don't have to do anything more with those.
I'm just trying to. Are there any questions or clarification? Councillor Walker, Councillor Barker afterwards. You're on mute. Unmute yourself, please, sir.
Gosh, the amount of times I've fallen for that over the past 2 years. Cheers. I'll start again. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the team for working on this. And I don't know if you were listening in earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself, but obviously it's obviously hard doing this in these times, and particularly this grant. So my question relates to, having read this, there's a lot of these applications that will be sitting on the precipice of pressing go or having to cancel until we get clearer direction from government. So is that your impression, that a lot of these are teetering? And I ask this question in the context of something I might move around whether we carry the funds forward or not. So just the question is it your sense that a lot of these events may actually not go ahead?
We actually have had the staff call around this week and confirm with most of the organisers that they're still able to go ahead. There are a couple who are waiting for the final process from government to come through, and rather than not go ahead, they may go ahead, but they may make a loss on their events. But everybody else has advised that they will be going ahead at this point, and this is always just a point in time, at this point for what they know, but maybe managing things differently.
And yeah, of course, I mean, and that's only, of course, in the context of I mean, I don't have a great understanding, like most people, of the traffic light system. But for example, if under that system we went to red for some unknown reason, that could be problematic, of course, but we just don't know.
So under red, we couldn't hold any events at all, and apart from like 25 people. So that would impact, you know, all of the organisers really. And yes, we don't know. So it will just be up to the subcommittee to decide how you want to use the funds.
Exactly. So supplementary question related to this, and I'll get to my eventual point through the chair after this question. So because we can carry these funds forward to the March round, is it the feeling of you guys as assessors that we'll be in a much clearer position vis-a-vis COVID come March rather than now?
Yes, and I think when I noted that in the report on unspent funds, that we think that after the first quarter of 2020, or in the first quarter of 2022, we expect more stability. Albeit that event organisers, and I keep saying this, event organisers will have to find different ways of managing their events, I believe. All the team is aware of that. So events may run in quite different ways than they've run previously. It's our expectation as staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to foreshadow that I'd like to move a motion that any of the unused funds that we will just roll it over to the March round. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we get into yes, question, Ms. Malloy?
Just a general question to staff. Are there any of these events where the recommendations you've made are perhaps lower than you think will contribute significantly to the event's success? That's an awkward way of phrasing that question. I guess looking at it the other way, are there any of these events that are less likely to succeed with that lower level of funding that in the recommendations?
I'll answer that on behalf of the team. I don't believe so. I think that when we made these, we actually had some additional, well, not additional money, but because some funds had been returned, it did allow us to be, where we felt events fit the criteria, and it allowed us to give a reasonable amount to those events.
Thank you. Councillor Barker?
Two questions. So if things went great in March, could we, and we had unspent funds, could we carry them over to the next financial year or not?
No.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is around COVID planning, and are there mechanisms for support for events to do their COVID planning? Are there templates or support from government? Because it must be very, very difficult to try and run events under these circumstances. So I wonder what sort of support they're getting to help them with this.
At this stage, and we have asked, there's no sort of government support for directly to support people to look differently at their events. Now that's not to say that might not come. There is a New Zealand Events Association, of which the council is a member as well, that is working with government quite closely to look at what resources and information event organisers have. But at this moment in time, there is no sort of capacity or capability, funding or resources from central government as of today.
Just following on from that, is there, apart from obviously trying to help through the funding, is there anything else that we can do to help events? I know it's really difficult for the planning, and I volunteer in a tourism organisation, and every week the plans change about how many people you're allowed and et cetera, et cetera. So I just wonder if there's any way that the council, apart from financially, can support some of these events to help them to fruition.
Look, I think we are keen as an events team to help other event organisers, potentially organising or facilitating opportunities even via Zoom for people to learn from each other around these in terms of managing differently. The challenge for us currently is that our own events team is having to manage our city's event planning in this environment as well. So we're learning alongside everybody else at the moment, but we are also keeping in touch with central government quite regularly. And if there are opportunities to bring specialists or experts in, create either Zoom or Hui or meetings to support capability building, then certainly we would look to do that.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you again, Madam Chair. I think I know the answer to this question, but I'll just ask it anyway for clarity. I assume, obviously, and I'm thinking particularly here of the Masters Games, because I think there's four off the top of my head applicants related to that, and I presume the Masters Games Management Committee will make a call sooner rather than later as to whether that goes ahead. I assume then that those funds would just accrue back to us for March under our 4.4E section, Joy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Awesome, thank you.
Right, before we move any further into business, I need to canvass for conflicts of interest, please. Mr. Key?
Yes, 6 and 28. Thank you.
Oh, there is no 28. There is no 28. Events.
Oh, sorry. Take that back. And
It's totally understandable, all this paper and stuff.
oh, yep. No, gotcha. No, there's no conflicts on this one. Sorry, apologies.
No problems. Awesome, so nobody has conflicts of interest. Great. Yes. Oh, the withdrawn and the.
Withdrawn and noted.
Okay. Did we? Didn't make a motion, did we?
I just did note.
Oh, okay. Including 1, 5 and 16 as well.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just clarifying our withdrawals. All right, now declines. Zone 9.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. School.
Right.
11 and 15.
We have 2 declines.
No, 15 is no longer, sorry. It's number 11.
Yeah.
And number 15. Not number 15. Number 15 is not a decline. So just for clarification, for the subcommittee on number 15, it was the late assessment. We had received 2 applications in different dates and have gone back to confirm that. So you will have received a late updated recommendation of $2,000 going to $2,160 going to number 15. So the only one that the staff have recommended for decline is number 11.
Okay, everyone's clear? I'm happy to move that the committee accepts the decline recommendation of staff for St Leonard's School, number 11. Over seconded. Thank you, Ms Malloy. Any discussion? I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Aye. Any against? Abstentions? Thank you. That is that. And now we go to what? Approval. Can we take them as? Is everyone clear on the amount, especially for 15? Hannah? Hannah?
Can I move that we increase number 7 and number 15 to an amount that I haven't come up with quite yet? Sorry.
For number 15, we can only support up to 50% of the event cost.
Oh yeah.
Which is why that's that odd figure of 2,160.
Okay, so can I move that we increase number 7 to, I'm just going to say $10,000 just for the sake of argument?
That's the Friday flat?
No, that's the multi-unit council. It's the one I'm meaning.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, what's your motion?
Can we increase the multi-ethnic council application funding to, I'm going to say 10,000, just because it feels like there's money there. And it's an event that struggles to get support for some reason, funding support.
Okay, so we have a second for that motion to increase the Dunedin multi-unit council by $5,000 to 10,000 total. Councillor Barker. All right, so we might as well deal with this. Speakers to the motion? Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Walker.
I actually just have a question for staff around that, because the $5,000 would have been recommended. It says to help fund venue hire costs, etc., etc. And I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't, if it goes to 10,000, that there wasn't anything that shouldn't be funded. You know how there's travel, etc., etc. So I wanted to check that the amount of $10,000 was appropriate with staff.
Okay, clarification, you weren't seconding.
I was seconding, but I did want to ask that question just to check that, because we have some policies around what can and can't be funded. So I just wanted to make sure that if it went to $10,000, that it wasn't funding stuff that couldn't be funded, if that makes sense.
I just would need a minute to review the budget. Off the top of my head, I don't think so, but can I just take 1 minute to review their budget? Yes, if we could just, yeah, could you?
I'll move that we adjourn for whatever time it takes for staff to sort this out. And that's seconded by Councillor Barker. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm losing my Thank you. Tēnā tātou. We've got the issues sorted. Do you want to respond?
Just to confirm, there's no issues. The 10,000 could cover costs that meet our criteria.
Okay, so it's been moved by Ms Malloy and seconded by Councillor Barker that we increase the recommendation to $10,000, from $5,000 to $10,000. There are no issues as far as the staff can see. So now we are in debate. No more questions, just speeches, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was also seeking the same clarification that Councillor Barker did, but I also was seeking a further clarification, which I'm not unlikely to get unless you grant me the latitude if we've moved into speeches. So, yeah. So, yeah, I better.
So do you have another question?
Well, yeah, it was just again a clarification, sort of along the same lines.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know from previous funding applications that DEMC have been turned down because of some systemic issues involved with their lack of communication when it came to the funding process. Can I just assume that those have now been ironed out? Because for once, it's good to see there is a recommendation to fund. So have those issues been sorted?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, simple one-word answer, thank you. Okay.
Now speeches. Or do you have a question, Mr. Keane?
Yeah, sorry, just before we move into debate, I also have a motion that I wanted to put forward. Is this the time to do that?
You foreshadow it, and then we'll go next to our motion.
What's that? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, just speak it so we can get ready, and then we'll go back to the.
Yeah, cool. So I have a motion that we increase the Brighton Gala experience to the full amount of $1,500, which is $7 extra, just because there's the extra one in there.
By $7?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Right, just hold on to that and we'll come back to it as soon as we've dealt with the Dunedin Multi-Ethnic Council.
Kapai.
Kia ora. Right, are there speakers to the motion, the Multi-Ethnic Council? All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Kia ora, that is carried. And now we will deal with Mr. King's motion that we increase the funding to the Brighton Gala experience by $7. And we have a secondary, Councillor Elder. Does anyone want to speak to this? We'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. Are we all on the same page before moving forward? Right. There's no other variations. We can take the rest together because there's no conflict there. Councillor Allen?
Happy to move it.
Awesome. Okay. Do I have to number them or you right? Read out them.
I can't even keep track. It's very hard to keep track. Do you want me to?
Yes, please.
So you want me to?
I haven't got a second yet.
So moving in this motion is item 3, Disc Golf Dunedin 2000, item 4, Dunedin Curling Club 1500, item 6, Dunedin Ice Skating Club 2000, item 8, Dunedin Poultry, Pigeon and Cage Bird Club Incorporated 1300,
Item 9, Green Island Competitions Society Inc. 90558. Item 10, Royal New Zealand Pipe Band Association 3,800. Item 12, Swing Riot Dunedin Incorporated 2,000. Item 13, Tennis Otago Incorporated 1,000. Item 14, the Auckland Diving Community Trust 1,000. Item 15, the Peace Club at University of Otago 2,160. Item 16, United Dance Sport Inc. Oh no, sorry, that was withdrawn. Item 17, Vintage Car Club of New Zealand Otago Branch Inc. 2,781. And item 18, BSP Charitable Trust 6,500.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Murray. Do we have a seconder? We have a mover in Councillor Albert. Thank you, Ms. Malloy. Any discussion? I would just like to record my thanks to the staff for dealing with this and for your resilience and trying to support our community, which is an awesome time. I mean, an unawesome time trying to deal with the conflict. So thank you very much for your manaaki on the community. I'm going to put it, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate the staff. Thank you. And I've just consulted you, committee members. Do you want to break for lunch now or do community run? It's a big schedule. Yes, Councillor Walker.
In terms of lunch, it would be good to clarify now, if we're not breaking now, what time we are, because just people with families need to, I just certainly need to arrange things at this end. So it'd be good to know a time so I can pass that on.
Sure, I like we should break now. Yeah. Would you mind if I thought we should break now?
That'd be fine by me.
Yeah. Do you want, what, 45 minutes or?
Perfect.
Let's come back at 1. You might be able to go for a walk or a cycle, Steve.
Oh, is it too?
I'll move that we adjourn till 1 o'clock. I have a seconder in Councillor Elder. Thank you very much. All those in favour? Yay. Enjoy your lunch. That's carried. Thank you. No. Kia ora tātou. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch break. Before we get into community grants, we just had a little piece of unfinished business from events, I think. Aroha mai, Councillor Walker, you did foreshadow the motion. The motion regarding unspent funds from this round. So the motion is that the subcommittee approves the unspent funds from this round be rolled over to the next community events fund round of $6,803.42. Thank you for moving. Councillor Walker, do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Barker. Any speakers to the motion? Yes, Councillor Walker.
Sorry for that delay. I was still digesting my lunch. Yeah, I obviously motion. Hopefully, you'll all support it. As I was alluding to earlier, it's more put to carry those funds over, knowing that in March, once the traffic light system is up running and understood, it's far more likely that we'll have a much clearer idea of how they can operate, and we'll be able to obviously put their systems and processes in place to make sure that any proposed events do actually run. So yeah, please, I just urge you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. That is carried. All right, now we're moving into community grants. Attachment E, page 31 of our audit papers. And welcome to Dr. Maita Mimi, team leader of community development, and Mr. Coffey, Paul Coffey, senior community advisor. They're here to speak to the applications, but before we get into the meat of this matter, are there conflicts of interest? I have one, the Dunedin Opera House, and thank you very much to Councillor Barker, who will chair when it comes to this item. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Mr. Keane.
Yeah, I have two. I've got number 6, the Curtin Bank, and 28 this time. Yeah, cool, thank you.
I think so. Right. Would you like to preface this discussion with any comments?
Assalamu alaikum, kia ora everyone. We don't have any comments to add here, and we would kindly ask that all assessments are taken as read. Thank you. And we're here, of course, available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, colleagues? Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Barker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Tamimi and Mr. Coffey, for your work on this. Obviously, very much appreciated. Just the usual question that seems to get asked every time, just regarding the funds for remaining funds for potential distribution of 155.7, I think it is. If we don't, what's the position in terms of carryover for that? If we don't use it, is it carried over, or yeah?
Yes, Councillor, it's an arbitrary decision that we draw that line in this first round, and that money will be distributed in the second round if we don't use it now. So often the second round has a little bit more money in it in the March round.
Sorry, sorry, I have to interrupt. You're really hard to hear. We've had this problem all day, actually. It's quite echoey in the I didn't hear much of that.
Sorry about that. The funds can be rolled over as they go into the March round, which is in the same financial year as this. So often the March round will have a little bit more money to distribute, and those organisations just in a slightly better position sometimes.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Barker, sorry.
One of my question was about number 13. Should I ask that now or when we get down to discussing the applicants?
Oh, please ask it now.
Okay, thank you. We had asked about Ignite Consultants in the past because there was funding around diversity, and I've just had a look on the website and I don't see much diversity on the board, and I was wondering if that had been addressed. I just quickly read the report back, but I didn't see you addressing it. I see you, Mr. Coffey, you have your hand up, so you look like you can answer that one.
I was at their previous presentation, and it was a far more diverse group that did the presentations at that meeting. I think they have started to address that, but there was like everyone else, there's still some way to go.
Ms. Malloy?
I have a couple of questions about a couple of different applications. Similar to what Councillor Barker mentioned about board diversity, the Threading Whare Charitable Trust doesn't appear to have a lot of diversity on its board, and I wondered if staff had any thinking about that given the nature of that organisation.
Thank you for the question. Well, for the Threading Whare Charitable Trust, as they have been establishing their program, they have been in communication with the different diverse groups in the city, including discussions with the local Marae, the Dunedin Multi-Ethnic Council, and other organisations supporting former refugees such as the Red Cross and Aratu Whare. In the work that they have been doing, the participation is open to any women in particular who have been in the city for a certain period of time and who are interested in using the space to get connected with other women while they are doing some crafts work.
Can I just follow up with that? Are they inviting those women to become part of the governance body of the group? Or it seems, and this might be me being judgmental or whatever, but it seemed to be all retired Pākehā people on that governance group. And it just felt a little bit like we're going to help the community that we're not part of.
Yeah, this can be a comment that can be passed to them and discussed further with them. However, to our knowledge, they have done a lot of consultation with the different diverse groups in the city, as I mentioned earlier. But we can always pass that on to them and check it further.
Thank you. I have a couple of other questions. Can I keep going, or?
Yeah, just one at a time, thank you.
I was at an exhibition opening recently, and a man who's with the Weka Wellness, Empathy, Kindness, Aotearoa organisation, he mentioned something in his speech about, I can't remember his exact words, but it was something along the lines of the DCC has, I always miss out on grants, but the DCC has given me a grant writer for 12 months. And I just wanted to know about that. I may have completely misunderstood him.
What was the comment, please?
He made a reference in his speech to he often misses out on getting funding because he's not good at writing grant applications, whatever. But the DCC has given him a grant writer for 12 months. And I thought,
I can answer that question. So that is not a grant writer. It is a program called Funding HQ, and we have identified a number of grant recipients across the community that are working with Funding HQ as part of a pilot project to see how having some additional capability support from an external provider might help them. So we're evaluating that project over the next year and looking at how, whether we can expand that if that program is successful. So there are 3 groups in the city that are working with Funding HQ, which, yes, the council is, our community development team is funding that support this year.
great, that's amazing. That's delightful. And then, what was my next question? Sorry, I'm just scrolling through my notes. I wanted to flag that I would be keen to increase the amount for the Dunedin Jazz Foundation because it does contribute to the cultural well-being of the city. And I wondered, there was reference made to that clause in the criteria and other applications. And I just wondered why there was something in the assessment that felt like this doesn't really contribute to those criteria. But I think I would argue that jazz does contribute to the cultural well-being of the city. So I just wondered if staff could perhaps talk through that thinking a little bit, please.
The social wellbeing strategy, when it was written, was a very broad strategy, and it was written to include reference to all the other strategies. So, in fact, the social wellbeing strategy can be used, everything is to contribute to social wellbeing. So there's an issue around that. And that's why in the past we have said no to arts groups. And we also often will say no to sporting groups as well, because they have other sources of funding where the more social sector groups may struggle to get into those sources of funding. In this situation, we looked at the youth development component, and there's very little else in here that does that. So we made a decision to make a small contribution towards that youth development component.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. That's the 3rd time today I've been caught out on mute. And I first to critique others when they do that. I also, Hannah's been very efficient today in getting in before everybody else to indicate that she would like to advocate for the group. So I'd like to just also indicate now that I'd like to suggest an increase for Senior Link and the Tyree Christian Care Trust. But also I need to just ask a question related to number 25, which is the Order of St. John Dunedin and their therapy pets. Am I just correct in thinking that we can't advocate for an increase there because we can't fund uniforms? I think that from memory, it's in my notes that 2,500 is the most we can give. Somebody can clarify that. That's on number 25, because I mean that's an awesome initiative, but I don't think we're in a position to do any more there from memory. Sorry to throw that.
I know that in their application they requested support with operational costs as well as uniform, and because of our policy that we can't support uniform, therefore the amount suggested is to support them with the other costs requested.
Right.
Yeah, so maybe that doesn't answer your question fully.
You've confirmed what I understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just Madam Chair, just indicating that I also would like to suggest an increase at some point. Yeah.
The senior link and
Settle health.
okay. So that's just clarifying, Councillor Walker, that's two that you're signaling.
Yes, so senior link and the retiree care trust, Trudy Clearwater.
Number 23. What's the number for senior link? 21. Thank you. Any other questions? Awesome, awesome. So now we move to the declines. That's number 4, 12 and 19. I'm happy. So that's Carisbrook School, Garden Table Trust, and the Otago Water Polo Club Incorporated. I'm happy to move that the committee accepts the staff recommendation decline, seconded by Councillor Walker. Any discussion? Or I'm going to put the motion then. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. That is carried. Thank you, Ms. Murray, for your guidance. Okay, now we're on to approvals. And I will withdraw and sit back while Councillor Barker chairs the dealing with the Opera House Trust. It's my conflict of interest.
Kia ora koutou. Would someone like to move the amount for the Opera House Trust? Steve, Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Malloy. Any discussion? All those in favour? Anyone against? Abstentions? That's carried. Thank you, and I'll pass back to Councillor Lofiso.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. Good promotion, or is it a demotion? Hannah? Okay, all right, now we're dealing with we're dealing with items 6 and 28, and Mr. King will now sit back. So the Curtin Bank Trust and the Work Opportunities Trust. You move?
Yep, happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Elder. And Councillor Barker is seconding. Is there any discussion? All right, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye or put your hand up. Ayes. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. Sit at the table again, Mr. King. That's carried. And now we, shall we deal with Senior Link and Tyree Christian together or at the same time? I mean, separately.
If we do the 3 possible separate.
Because Hannah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Separately, we'll just go.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was your increase, recommended increase, Hannah?
I'm happy to withdraw that in favour of Steve's.
Okay, thank you. Right, one at a time, shall we?
Yeah. What are they?
Councillor Walker, do you have an amount?
I do actually. I did have 2 amounts, and I've just changed it slightly. And thank you, Hannah, for withdrawing. I think just I was going to suggest for the Tyree Christian Care Trust is to move them up to their 5,000, so up by 500, and then the balance of 1,057 would go on to the senior link. 1,057 to senior, and then 500 increased to Tyree Christian Care Trust.
You got it?
What's the total for senior?
We're just making sure we've got the right numbers in the right places. Thank you for your patience.
4282.
4282.
Thank you. So Councillor Walker's moved, Councillor Ellis indicated a willingness to second. Any discussion? Yes? Yes, move it.
Just very briefly, I just urge people to support this. Obviously, I could think of two better causes in the context of COVID than helping to overcome isolation within the elderly, and of course, food banks. As anyone who reads the press will know, the pressure they've been under. So I don't think they go to two greater causes. So just urge you to support it. Thank you.
Any other speakers? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye or wave your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. That is carried. And now we have applications numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, and 30, which we are going to do all as one motion. I'll happily move. Seconded, Councillor Walker. And I'd just like to recall my thanks to the staff, to all staff, and of course, thinking of all the applicants and the struggles that people are facing. People were doing it hard before COVID, and now we're doing it even harder. So thank you to everyone. Are there any other speakers? I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Sorry. And abstention? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay. So we just have to note for the records. We're just noting for the records the withdrawn applications from Harcourt Dunedin, Royal New Zealand Plunkett Trust, Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust, and Tonga Croquet Club. Thank you. Right. That's that particular part. And then there's the neighbourhood matching and small project grants. Are there any conflicts of interest? I don't think so. Nobody else seems to have them. All right. So I'll happily note the funds allocated. The subcommittee notes the funds allocated between 1st of April 2021 and 30th of September 2021 for small project and neighbourhood matching grants. That's the motion. The seconder, Councillor Alba, thank you. Any speakers to the motion? Oh. Okay, sorry, I was a bit premature.
No, sorry, just through the chair, there is the figure for the Zambezi, is it? I've got it in front of me, of $500 isn't sitting in your spreadsheet, but it is being paid out to them, just to note.
So, sorry to add, so the total will be 1,000 rather than 500.
Oh, okay.
It's in the process to be, the payment to be made.
Sorry, for staff, there's a period of time that they're covered. So if it's come after that period of time,
yeah,
we just note this.
Yeah, it's covered under this period.
It came into this period.
Okay.
All right. All right. Okay, so there's just been an indication to staff that that amount is not 500 but 1,000 because of the Zambezi funding, and that's within this time period, first of April to the 30th of September. That's what we were talking about here. Everyone still clear? Do we have any speakers to the motion? Right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried for the neighbourhood matching and small project grants. Right. Minimisation, innovation and development. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next one, what? Oh my goodness. We're just awaiting waste minimisation, waste stuff. I will move that we adjourn for 5 minutes while we're waiting for someone to help. Yes, second. Councillor Elder seconds. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. Kia ora tātou. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to the Supervisor Waste Minimisation, Ms. Gledhill, and to the Waste Minimisation Officer, Ms. Lee McKenzie. Before we get into the meat of this part of the agenda, so to speak, are there any conflicts of interest? Awesome. Right. Ms. Gledhill, Ms. Mackenzie, do you want to preface anything with some comments before colleagues have questions?
Kia ora, Councillor. Just to say thank you again for considering revitalisation, commercial and community grants. They seem to come around very quickly. And here we are again. Thank you.
Questions? Ms. Malloy.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you at the beginning. Are we doing commercial or the little ones?
Yes, commercial.
Commercial. I have several questions. The first one is kind of an overarching one. The first applicant was declined because they're a commercial for-profit organisation, but I would argue that so are Naylor Love, Prime Campus and Spire New Zealand. So I just wondered if staff could clarify how that distinction was made with a small local business versus an international business and two large national corporates.
Yes, Kia ora, Hannah. Sorry, could you just repeat what your understanding of the decline was?
So the Dunedin Craft Distillers, the assessment said it cited the clause about for-profit and commercial oriented organisations, and so I just wondered how that distinction was made for that organisation versus, say, Naylor Love and Prime Campus and Spire New Zealand.
Yeah, thank you. Essentially, we referred to the grants policy. So this business obviously is making alcohol from bakery product. And there were a couple of things that we wanted to check. Firstly, the quantity of supply of bread and whether it could actually be distributed for eating purposes into, what we believe to be a food poverty situation in Dunedin. And so we did go through a series of consulting, particularly with the community development team. And we were kind of satisfied at that point that the support letter from Kiwi Harvest, which hopefully you were able to read because it would have been an attachment to the application, states that Kiwi Harvest simply cannot redistribute all the bread they are offered, and therefore that the supermarkets were discarding. So I guess our question really around that was, well, is there an opportunity to distribute that food by some other means rather than perhaps forwarding it on to this particular group to make alcohol from it? We then cited back to the grants policy and noted that no grants funded shall be awarded. So point A, that is potentially for something which is considered detrimental to social well-being. And then point C of the same policy, where an activity that is undertaken and for the benefit of commercial or profit-oriented, that obviously doesn't apply in this case, unless it can demonstrate a significant contribution to social well-being. So we just felt the whole thing was at odds. Yeah.
Can I just clarify that it's with reference to it's the fact that it's a business creating and selling alcohol that's the issue, or something else?
It's that the activity is considered detrimental to social well-being.
So the activity being the production of alcohol, or the use of bread
Well, probably
waste?
both actually, probably both. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a okay. My next question was around the Spire NZ one, which is, did you have, they make the case that it's hard to rinse out bottles and that solid toiletries are better because they don't have so much packaging, which is true. Did you have any conversation with them about the financial accessibility and how that relates to the Dunedin community in terms of people stopping buying liquid to transfer to solid toiletries, because they are quite a lot more expensive?
No, that conversation wasn't had.
Thank you. Sorry, my little wrap text is hiding things. With the Naylor Love application, they're a very large and very successful corporate. While this is a great initiative, it also provides ongoing savings for the company because they don't have to keep purchasing those single-use products. Did you have conversations with them about that and whether they're likely to come back for more money when these covers do wear out in whatever period of time that is, and whether it's appropriate for the DCC to be funding? I guess I have this one. I'm quite uncomfortable with this one because it is a very large, successful corporation, Dunedin founded, but I'm not sure that it's the role of the DCC to fund their ongoing corporate savings either. Did you have any conversations with them about any of those?
Nothing specifically to your question. I think it's worth noting, obviously, that this money is obviously administered by DCC, but it is Ministry for Environment Waste Levy funds. This grant is quite unusual, I suppose, in the overall grants for the council, in that this particular one does fund commercial activity that warrants waste minimisation activity. There was no conversation about the ongoing. These particular wraps or covers do have a relatively long period of reuse, and yes, saving, but for us the saving obviously is the amount of material going to landfill as well. I did talk to them about the repair opportunity as well for them, which they said they could be. So, tears could be repaired. So obviously lengthening that period of reuse. And also talked to them about the consideration of after use as well. There are a number of organisations around the city, including DCC, that have made use of old banners through community groups who've made them into other things like tote bags, etc. So those conversations did ensue, but as I say, I mean, they are a commercial business, so they're not necessarily limited to not being able to apply for this particular grant.
Okay. Can I just come back to my last one, I promise? Just to clarify, the DCC doesn't have a policy about businesses that relate to alcohol, or does it?
No, the DCC doesn't have an alcohol policy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I have first of all, a question about Mutu Limited. And I guess it's the same sort of question that, where was the other one that was out of town? Prime Campus, which are both out of town. So this part of the kaupapa, I guess, of this is that it builds local capability and local economic benefit, etc., etc. So are businesses that are based in Whakatane and based in Christchurch able to apply for funds that are set up in Dunedin?
So the activities are within the guidelines. We talk of ideas, projects, initiatives, etc. that promotes or administers waste minimisation activities in Dunedin. The Mutu example, of course, is an application which has been rolled out in other cities across New Zealand. And my understanding is that they have sought help from councils in a similar fashion to how they are with us today through the Waste Minimisation Ministry for the Environment grant system. And with Prime, yes, Whakatane based property owners, if you like, in Dunedin, but actively making use of local business as well. I think we cite there Veggie Boys, of course, which will have an active role in this. They have engaged, both businesses actually have engaged personnel through their research for Prime and also for Mutu, the establishment of the app into the Dunedin, economy or share economy.
Can I just understand, I was looking at the Prime campus. Do you know how many student flats they own in Dunedin? How big is the audience for that, for their app?
Off the top of my head, actually, I don't know. We could just have a quick look and see if we can find that information. I believe from memory it's quite sizable because they have undertaken a lot of research and, as I say, engaged somebody to undertake this work for them. Just give us a moment if you could, please.
Thank you. I guess I can ask my other question while you're looking that one up. So I didn't quite understand what the money was going to go towards. There was wages of $12,000, I think, and then there was money for developing the app, and they weren't using a local developer, but then they were going to pay this person locally to, I think, promote or research. I just didn't quite understand where that one was going.
Yeah, so that there will be continued research. Some of the questions we put to them following our application was obviously, we're interested in measurables. So we want to know how successful this is going to be. So they do intend to obviously follow that through and, re-employ. They've had somebody already working on it, but they will engage with that person again to follow through.
So would the app be available to all students or just the people that live in their flats?
I'm not sure, sorry.
And my next question following on from that, you mentioned research, and it's in our reasons for if we were to decline something that it couldn't be R&D in support of gaining a qualification. And I note that the person who's going to be supporting them, I can't remember if they've already got a master's in something. So I just wanted to check that this further research wasn't going towards their gaining a qualification.
Yeah, that is not my understanding of why this person was employed.
Oh, okay, I'll go back and reread that one. Thank you.
Councillor Walker and then Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gledhill and Ms. Mackenzie, for your work. Many of my questions have been asked and answered actually from Hannah and Sophie. Yeah, so first two questions, and I've asked this one from a few other presenters today. In terms of the 70,000, if we're of mind not to support some of these, is there any carryover allowance in this particular fund or not?
Yes, actually, in the report we provided, which I will just familiarise myself with, that should there be So approves that any remaining unallocated grant funding from both of the grants today to be attributed forward to the community grants, which are set for March 22.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So if you decide today that there are ones that you wish to decline and we fall short of that 70,000, or in fact with the community grants we fall short of that 30,000 cap there, we would like to be able to attribute that to March for the community grants.
Yeah, thank you. That's very clear. And can I ask, probably you, Ms. Gledhill, more than Ms. Mackenzie, and feel free not to answer this, but it's just when I read this, and of course you can only deal with the applications that come in, and that's not your fault. Were you quite disappointed with the applications on the whole? Because I asked that in the context of some of your comments when you said things like on Weaving and Hillingdon, the application was confused, you needed to seek clarification. And actually going back to Councillor Barker's questions around Prime Campus, I have the same concerns about them. Just to me, it seemed very speculative and sort of feeding into a research project. And I also share the concerns of Hannah around whether or not a big enterprise like Naylor Love needs $7,000 off us. The question was, are you really disappointed with the level of applications?
I'll help you. Not necessarily disappointed. Yes, we did have one in particular that was, we had to put a reasonable amount of work in to understand what was going on and to reduce the expectation, let's say, because $70,000 isn't a lot of money, as you appreciate. So in terms of level of request, it was certainly quite a bit different to what we have seen previously, with groups wanting, potentially the full 70,000 or tens and tens of thousands. We certainly this time around we had contact with a number of these prior to the applications, so we were able to offer guidance, which maybe previously we haven't been able to. We've had sort of surprise applications, let's say. But one area that we still would like to make some headway with is certainly in that kind of incubator type of startup businesses. In fact, August just gone, I did have a discussion with the startup team in Dunedin, and we're going to look at doing a co-starter program with them early next year. And by doing that, we want to sort of seek out, hunt out, if you like, and provide the support that some of these groups need in order to carry their ideas forward so that they can get to this stage of potentially applying for a grant from us. That's certainly one area potentially that we were disappointed not to hear from. You could potentially say that the Dunedin Craft Distillery was one of those recent startups. But for the majority, they have been in business for some time. Does that answer your question, Councillor Walker?
It was a good way of not giving a definitive answer, but I accept what you say. Yeah, yeah, cool.
Thank you, Councillor Elder, and then Ms. Malloy.
I just want to follow up on other people's concerns, particularly around Prime Campus, belonging to Whakatane and then I'm addressed in Queenstown. It seems to me that 10,500 for creating an app for only a few flats in Dunedin seems a big investment. What's your question? So, yeah, what was your consideration about the 10,500 in relation to the number of people that were going to benefit in Dunedin in particular?
So we've got an answer actually to follow up with your question and also Councillor Barker's question about the number of flats, etc. We have a number of 1,000 students that they accommodate.
So that's going to, also they want to make the web application available to the student flat and community, and then the delivery aspect to their service would be to the students in their accommodation, so the 1,000 students.
Did people hear Ms. Mackenzie's point?
Did everybody hear all that okay?
Was I correct in hearing that it would be available to, that they've got accommodation for 1,000 students, and that it would be available just to those students?
And the website would be available to all students, but then the delivery service would be to the students in their accommodation.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I just want to clarify this. So it's sort of said that they had 40 recipes that were going to go on this website, and they were going to work with, oh, I'm trying to think, something or other boys, green grocery boys. And I'm just wondering, is that a duplication of something like the Nadia Lim meal delivery, etc., which have a lot of plastic waste in them, to be quite honest? That was my concern around this, as if it's another meal delivery service. It's not encouraging people to go out and buy their own stuff, maybe at a farmer's market, without packaging, etc. So was there anything in this that they were actually going to minimize waste?
Yeah, that was one of my questions to them about how that delivery would work in terms of, reducing the packaging waste. And obviously teaming up with Veggie Boys has been important to them, because they plan to use cardboard boxes that they will retrieve, next time they go back and deliver, assuming that the students continue to use the service, of course. And within that, the vegetables themselves wouldn't be packaged.
But it would still be a duplication of other meal services that are offered to, how would it be different from other meal services that are offered to the ordinary person with apps that have already been developed?
Well, I think that the meals themselves have had students in mind. If you take my point, they probably have actually, Lee is just going to interject with something here.
The deliveries are designed to kind of try and, it's based on the research that was done by the University of Otago Food Science Department on like how to have the right amount of food for the meals that you're making, the right number of people, so that you don't end up with food waste. That's the aim behind their service.
Yes, so everything is very measured. I think sometimes I don't partake in the Nadia Lim meal boxes that are delivered, but I believe that there's often a little bit left over. So this seems to be quite a specific science.
Is there any research on how many students already use My Food Bag or Nadia Lim or anything like that? It's just trying to quantify with the $10,500 about what a good, if it's a good investment, I guess, of central government. Actually, it's our money being returned to us to distribute, whether it's a good investment.
Yes, totally understand. Not to my knowledge, I don't know the research around the Hello and My Food Bag, etc., deliveries to students. So.
Thank you. Ms. Malloy's question or questions?
My question, the startup project that you were talking about just before, is that likely to be ready in time for those projects to come into the next funding round?
I hope so. So the Co-Starter program is under a redevelopment at the moment. The startup project leaders have decided to rejig it a little bit, I guess. So we have definitely stuck our hand up and said, look, we're really interested to partake in this, and potentially provide, as I say, organisations or individuals that are looking to go into business with a waste minimisation activity. If we can get that off the ground and running in the first half of the year, then so the Co-Starter program normally runs for the current one runs for about 9 weeks. What we have suggested to them is that we would prefer something a bit shorter, a little bit more compact, a little bit more intense, let's say. And we would then hope that it would be well in time for September next year.
Thank you. Through the chair, is this a good time to foreshadow a motion?
I'll just wait. Can you just wait and I'll just see if there's any more questions before we get into decision making? Are there any more questions? Yes, Councillor Barker.
Just wanted to ask some more questions about Spire New Zealand. I see that there is $1,000 worth of soap being given away, and then the rest of it is pretty much wages, including someone being paid $55 an hour for maybe distributing the soap. I'm not 100% sure. Could you explain a little bit more about that program?
I will give it my best shot. My understanding is that it's 1,000 bars of soap. I don't think their value is $1,000, but we're just clarifying that. So Spire, obviously, they are establishing themselves through the Dunedin motels as an alternative to the small plastic bottles and little sachets, etc. Just a point of note there, one of the questions we did ask them about how, a bar of soap for a one-night stay is not particularly good. So part of their messaging to motels that use them is that encourage your stayers to take it with them, take it home with them, which most other stuff not we, I don't, but some people might take the little bottles or sachets anyway, so treated much the same. Otherwise, I believe that there is a group as well that collects soaps that haven't been fully used, and they're able to reprocess them and pass them back into the community. So that's something that they've tried to initiate. So now what they're trying to do is obviously take their product and the idea, of course, with the promotion for the retail sector is, this whole idea of reducing the amount of plastic containers, etc., that, don't necessarily make it to recycling, that end up in the landfill, and all other containers as well. We're just clarifying on the, I beg your pardon, yes, you're right, they are at $1 each, the 1,000 bars. Thank you.
Are there any more questions because you're on mute?
Sorry, I got caught that time. My other question was just around, so there's $1,000 for their soaps that they're giving away, and then $14,000 for the promotion. Is that correct? So I know that the DCC does education on waste minimisation, etc. So is this duplicating any efforts that the DCC would make on educating people about plastic waste?
So I mean, you're right, we do education around this through our sustainable living workshops. But again, I guess I come back to the fact that this is a commercial grant, and this is a business who have identified an opportunity to reduce waste going to landfill. And in order to promote themselves, then they need to advertise, they need to have people outside of the supermarket to promote the product, and encourage people to do, you know, what they can to reduce waste going to landfill.
Thank you. Are there any more questions before we go to foreshadowing on the motion by Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy.
Thank you. I would like to suggest that we do give the Dunedin distillery some money because they're a local and innovative business who are taking food out of the waste stream. And it's food that's not being claimed elsewhere to reduce food poverty or food inaccessibility. The DCC doesn't have a policy around alcohol, so I feel like
Okay, so you're moving that motion?
That's, yes, one part of it. Sorry, I got it sidetracked. And then I also would like to move that we decline Naylor Love, Spire, NZ and Prime Campus. And I can
Okay,
speak to
let's deal with motions one at a time.
Sorry. I was going to do it as one motion. But.
Okay. In order to deal with the Dunedin craft distillers, because it was a recommendation that we decline, what is the amount you wish to grant?
5,000.
Okay, so Ms. Malloy is moving that we support applicant number 1 with $5,000. Do we have a seconder? Sorry, you're on mute, Steve.
Sorry, we're looking at the budget at the moment. We don't actually have that money to give unless we do the other stuff first. At the moment, there's no money to distribute because do you know what I mean?
Yes, totally. We're just a bit, I'm a bit confused because once first done out of time, let's say. All right, yeah, thank you.
And yeah, okay.
I can do them the other way around if that's helpful, my motions. That would make it easier.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, yes, can you please move that motion there?
Can I move that we decline Naylor Love, Prime Campus and Spire NZ?
I think we should do them one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Ms. Malloy is moving that we decline the application from Naylor Love Enterprises Limited. Yes. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Walker. All right. Now you can formally speak to your motion. Ms. Malloy.
I don't have a lot to add to what I've said before, other than I think this is a very successful, long-lived and very commercial corporation, in fact, that doesn't really need our $7,753. I don't believe.
Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Alden.
I wish to say I support this. Some of the conflict is this is a waste minimisation commercial grants, and I believe that we should be encouraging enterprises like Naylor Love to start the journey in, less waste. And certainly there's a lot more that can be done in the building industry to reduce waste, but I want to encourage them to start thinking about this, and that's why I support this, because in fact this is a commercial grant and it is encouraging Naylor Love in their journey towards far more sustainable operations. So I will not support the motion.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to Hannah for doing this the other way around, and also for splitting these three, because I'm probably not going to support, I'll probably support two of them, but not the third one. I was also really keen actually I was surprised about us not funding the first one, and the reason I'm looking to, I'm supporting this to free up the money to do that. And this would be the one, along with the next one, that I would target most, pretty much for the reasons that Hannah has outlined. I just think in the context of who they are and the amount of money it is, I would love to think that if Naylor Love is a forward-thinking, environmentally focused organization, it could do this on its own back. Whereas I think where this money might be redistributed to has a far greater effect locally and supports innovation at its core. So I'm certainly going to I've seconded it, so I'm supporting the decline in this one.
Are there any other speakers? Are you right of reply, Ms. Malloy?
My only observation would be that I suspect that ongoing cost savings will make this an attractive shift in the way Naylor Love operates anyway. That's an assumption on my part, but I don't see the $7,500 as being a barrier to them continuing to do this. I do accept that it's good for us to be seen to support corporates to make those changes, but I think that they can do it by themselves as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to put the vote. All those in favour, raise your hands or say aye. Where's Steve? Okay, all right, those against? All right, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. So that frees up some money. Okay. Your motion, is there any other? Recommends for decline? Yes, Hannah, Ms. Malloy?
I would also like to move that we decline Prime Campus for their application.
All of it?
Yep.
Okay, and I think Councillor Ellis seconding.
Yes, I'll second that.
Right. Speak to your motion, or any speakers to the motion, please?
I have questions about whether students will use this. Students aren't known for engaging with things like this particularly. I don't know how deep their research has gone. It's quite a limited pool of students, and as Sophie says, it duplicates quite a lot of other things that are on offer. And again, it's a national corporate organisation that they can do this stuff and then maybe come back to us next year and say, we've done this, now we'd like a little bit of support to, keep it going. Perhaps, I don't know if that fits.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Barker and then Councillor Walker.
I'm supporting the decline. I had obviously a number of questions about this. I think that there was a limited number of people that will benefit from this, that it duplicated other efforts, other apps that are already there, and I'm concerned about the amount of is it actually making less waste, which is the whole point of the waste minimisation fund, and I think Hannah's pretty much summed up everything else.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. Not too much more to add, but I had just a few things I'd written when I was reading through all my applications. And well done, Councillor Barker, because I'd written the words "my food bag" on there. I'd also written "very speculative." Also, I'd written 3 years of research to make a web application. Then in their application saying there'll be ongoing research and surveying. And of course, and in the bottom one I wrote, most importantly, I think, wouldn't 18-year-olds already know about environmental sustainable food prep by the time they got to university? If they don't, I agree with Councillor Barker. I think there'd be very limited uptake on this. It just didn't grab me. I mean, some applications I read and I'm just like, can't wait for them to progress. And this one just did not speak to me. And yeah, I think it's very, very speculative. I don't think we'll get a good bang for our buck. Yeah, so I certainly, this is the final one I'll support declining.
Any other speakers? Do you wish to exercise your right of reply, Ms. Malloy? Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, say aye or put your hand up. Against, abstentions, thank you very much. That is carried. So have we dealt with all the declines? Now, yes, Mr. Moore.
I have got one more. I would like to move that we decline Spire New Zealand as well.
Do we have a seconder? I think that fails for, oh, are you seconding? All right, okay, we do have a seconder, so it doesn't fail for want of a seconder. So it's been moved by Ms. Malloy and seconded by Councillor Barker that we decline the recommended amount of $15,000 for applicant number 5, Spire New Zealand Limited. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, this one is actually the one I feel most strongly about. It feels, and I'm going to take Steve's word, speculative to the nth degree. It's a company that's looking to establish itself in New Zealand that sells hotel toiletries. It's a great concept, moving away from plastic waste, although lots of hotels and motels are mitigating that waste by using refillable pumps and all of those sorts of things. Their focus on it being very difficult to rinse bottles really stuck in my craw, because it's really not hard to rinse a shampoo bottle. It's a very niche, it just feels like this is going to sell their product. They're just trying to sell their product. It feels like a marketing exercise to me for a company that's trying to establish itself in New Zealand. That's it just doesn't feel to me like it meets very many of the desirable outcomes that we're looking for with this fund. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Barker.
Like Ms. Malloy, I was very uncomfortable about this when I saw that there was $1,000 worth of the company's soaps, branded soaps, being given away, and then $14,000 being spent on marketing activities for, I think it was a week. I also was concerned about duplication of effort when we already have our own waste minimisation officers, I guess, people going to schools, etc. As someone who's worked in the hotel motel industry, there certainly has been a move, as Hannah said, towards reusable pumps. So I'm not really thinking that creating more soap is creating less waste. I do totally agree with people moving away from plastics to reusable soaps, etc. But I think that given that a large part of the target market is motels, and I'm very aware of Hallmark and a whole lot of hotel accreditation and moving towards greening, I really don't feel comfortable that this is going to do the main thing, which is minimise waste.
Councillor Walker.
Seems to be three voices dominating this this particular section of the day. I guess just to prove the point that I am somebody who is open to changing their mind. I think having just listened to Hannah and Sophie, I think I will now probably support their motion, and I do that based on what they've said, but also partly now knowing that we're going to have quite a lot of money to carry over, that I can cross my fingers really, really hard and hope that in the next funding round there are far greater applications, particularly innovative applications that have greater, I guess, benefit on the ground, really at the environmental core of what we're trying to do strategically as a council. So I don't know how we do that. That's probably not so much my job, partly is, but it's down, I guess, to the powers that be to try and access the market and try and disseminate the information on the sort of things we need coming in front of us, because yeah, I think it has been fairly weak. And Hannah, I hate to preempt what you're thinking, but if you are still of a mind in terms of putting another proposal around the craft distillers, I would urge you maybe to look higher than 5,000. Thank you.
Are there any speakers, further speakers? Do you wish to exercise your right of reply, Ms. Malloy? All right, and I've got the motion. All those in favour? Against? Do you want that recorded? All right. Thank you, Councillor Elder. Any abstentions? All right, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Shall we deal with number 1 or 6 and 7 together? Let's deal with 6 and 7 together. The YY Permaculture Limited and weaving on Hillingdon.
So we've still got 1.
Yes, we're going to come back to it. Oh yeah, 2. Okay.
6 and 7 to go.
Okay.
So do you want to do the recommendation to fund before the
2, 6 and 7. 2, 6 and 7? That's, yeah?
Yeah. 2, 6
And then come back right at the end to 1. Thank you. Right, so move to limited is number 2, sorry. 9,675 has been recommended. YY Permaculture Limited, number 6, being recommended at 11,000. And weaving on Hillingdon, number 7, has been recommended $16,071.80. You moving something? So Councillor Elder is moving that we approve all 3. The seconder, Councillor Barker, thank you. Wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I just think it's really nice to see the opportunity for sharing, the sharing economy, which has to grow, and supporting Mutu is great. YY Permaculture and weaving on Hillingdon, again, both are good enterprising activities, and the more we encourage this, the more we reuse, reduce and recycle.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the motion? All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Thank you, that is carried, and we have 1 more. And just checking, Ms. Malloy, are you recommending 5,000?
I'm happy to go to 7,000 now that there's pots of cash lying around.
Okay. We have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Walker. So the motion is that the subcommittee approves a funding of $7,000 for the Dunedin Craft Distillers Limited application. Wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think it's good to keep this money circulating in Dunedin's economy. I think that this organisation is innovative and creative and making a really clever product that is very on trend as well, but that's not relevant necessarily. I accept that it may have ramifications for distribution of food as food elsewhere into our community, but also if that's not happening, then it's not having that, the mechanism for that to happen needs to be created. And that's a separate issue to this project that these people are working on. I acknowledge also that alcohol does contribute to social harm, and perhaps that is a consideration for the DCC more broadly, which is outside of my remit. But I think it's good to keep this money in the Dunedin economy, and yeah, that's all. I'm rambling now. Sorry, pull it together.
Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Chair. I too wish to support this. I think it's a really innovative use of what is unfortunately a waste product, and it breaks my heart that it is a waste product, but it is being transformed into something else. One of the key precepts around this is a local economic benefit and employment opportunities, and that does deliver on this, and it also builds local resource recovery. So I think that's important. And I would hope that maybe one day in the future we won't have bread going to waste, and that somebody will be able to step up and use it in another way that fulfills more community aspiration.
Councillor Walker.
Nothing, and Hannah, nothing wrong with rambling. I do it all the time. I support this one as well. I think it's really important when we give money for this fund that we tell a story that people get, and I think this is a really good way of people. It's a really grabbable story because people understand it's immediate. They understand it. They consume. People consume bread and they drink. They drink alcohol, and it doesn't have to be a social harm. It sometimes and often is. And Hannah's right. That's a story for another day, and that's something that council will have to at some point stitch some process or some policy around it. But it does tell a story. I think this one will grab the news headlines, and as Councillor Barker says, it's local, and it's a good story for local resource recovery also. So I do support it. I'm glad we've gotten to this position.
Any other speakers? I would just like to say thank you for everybody. Thank you to the staff for all the work and the attention and the energy that's gone into really engaging in the process. I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I think that there are, while Kiwi Harvest may be taking bread to the landfill, I think there are other social service providers that are still crying out for bread. And I do really believe that our involvement in supporting substances that are going to contribute to social harm and do contribute to social harm. That's why I won't be supporting the motion, but that's democracy for us. Any other speakers? They'll put the motion. Oh, did you want to say?
I think that's I suppose the hard thing is this is waste minimisation for commercial grants, and my quandary is the same as Marie's in the sense of alcohol, but also I have a quandary about the amount of bread that's going to waste. So it's about tossing up between the two of them. And I remember we had a discussion about alcohol in another subcommittee meeting a while back in social harm, and we fell on the side of social harm, and it breaks my heart that I have to go between the two, but I'll be voting with Marie on this one.
I'm going to put it, all those in favour? Aye. Those against? Abstaining? Awesome. So it's carried 3-2. Yep, that's fine. Kia ora. Thank you. And now we are on to the next item, which is waste minimisation community projects. Oh, no, we're not. Sorry, Rebecca. We have to do the unspent, unallocated funds first. So the subcommittee approves the unspent funds from this round, and they be rolled over to the next waste minimisation community project / initiative grants funding round of $26,253.20. I'll move that. Have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Barker. Any discussion? I'd just like to say thank you to the staff, all the staff, for getting us through this. All right. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. That is carried. And now we're on to waste minimisation community projects / initiative grants, page 41 of our order papers, attachment B. Is there anything you wish to say, Ms. Gledhill or Ms. Mackenzie?
No, I am just happy to take questions. Thank you.
Are there any conflicts? Oh, I don't know. Oh, no. Any conflicts? Yes, Mr. King?
Yes, Dunedin Curtin Bank Trust and Te Hauora Motuputi.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. This is questions before we get to the funding and stuff. Yes, Councillor Barker.
I probably ask this question every time, but is it a set amount of, now that we've saved so much money in the commercial grants, are we able to transfer any of that to the community grants or not?
So you're suggesting the underspend from the commercial to the community now?
I'm just questioning whether we are able to do. There were quite a number that were possibly underfunded. So I just wondered if the commercial $70,000 is ring fence for commercial. And, oh, what have I done? Sorry, just up to my computer.
Okay, we just passed a resolution that it goes to next year. If I move an adjournment so that we can deal with that, then we can have a 5-minute breaks. Okay, I move that we have an adjournment to deal with that matter. Thank you, Councillor Barker, for seconding. I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Abstention? No. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. 5 minutes. Give us 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Tēnā tātou, welcome back. We have consultant here, and I will pass it over to Mrs. Linney.
So we're going to refer to the standing orders for this particular issue. Under our standing orders 23.5, a meeting may revoke or alter a previous resolution made at the same meeting where, during the course of the meeting, fresh facts or information concerning the resolution, there was fresh facts or information concerning the resolution. It's been deemed that there's no new facts or information that would allow the revoking of the first resolution to allow for the proposed resolution.
Is that clear? So we won't be revoking the rollover to 2022. Okay. Can we proceed with question? Oh, did people get a chance to clear their conflicts? Adam did. Mr. Keane did. No one else has conflicts. We go to questions. Councillor Barker.
I was quite concerned to see the Eager Centre had 16,000 bottles sold a year, and mostly through their function centre. And I just wondered, could you tell me their relationship with the Dunedin City Council? I'd be expecting them to have a waste minimisation plan, and I just wonder how we're going to work them towards that.
Sure thing. So the Eager Centre facility is owned by the DCC, but it's operated by a charitable trust. They, as you say, the event centre has a lot of glass. They don't currently have a waste minimisation plan, but we would be totally happy to work with them on creating one.
So can I just understand, would we have a service level agreement with them that we could be able to manage some of that waste fire?
Do you want to speak? Not entirely certain about a service level agreement, but for our part, for what our department does in an advisory capacity, we, it's fair to say that this application came in quite late. So I feel as though they did put together a relatively good application. We understand the direction that they're going in, but we would certainly walk alongside them, let's say, to make sure that the implementation of this capturing of this material that can be recycled is done well, in effect creating a plan. Answer to your question?
Yes, thank you. It said that they had 650,000 visitors a year. That seems really high. I just want, that is a figure that you can confirm, is it?
I guess I haven't fact checked it. Sorry, no.
Any other questions? If there are no other questions, we'll move to the approvals or declines. And the first one up is decline of Sahuna Normal Intermediate Schools application number 7. I'm happy to move that. Second, Ms. Malloy. Any speakers? Right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, say aye or put your hand up or both. Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. All right. Approval now. With Adam, Mr. Keane withdrawing 2 and 8. the Curtin Bank Trust and Te Hau Water Whānau Services. Thank you, you'll sit back. And Councillor Elder is moving that we approve, and we have a second from Councillor Walker. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you, that is carried. Mr. King can come back to the table. And now we are dealing with applications 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. Do we have a mover? Ms. Malloy and a seconder and Councillor Barker. Do you wish to speak? Anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Barker and then Councillor Walker. Thank you.
Good Chair, thank you. The reason that I asked about the money earlier about moving it from commercial to community grants is in front of us we have $45,000 plus worth of requests, and we've only got $30,000 to distribute. And when I looked at the amazing array of community grassroots waste initiatives that were working, that were going ahead, that were actually minimising waste, it kind of broke my heart that I hadn't anticipated this happening and not being able to transfer of the money over. We've got some really exciting projects like the Curtin Bank Trust, the Malcolm Charitable Trust with the cycles, and a couple of festivals coming on board. We've got the South Dunedin Street Festival and the Waitati Music Festival as well, because festival and waste have always been a really big thing, and it's great to see the Edgar Centre coming on board. So I totally support all of the amounts recommended. I just wish that we had more money so that we could fund them to the level to help increase this great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Barker. You've pretty much covered off what my thoughts exactly. Juxtaposed what I said earlier about the last group of grant applications. These ones are really stellar, grassroots, effective, results driven, and also Councillor Barker, we must have a bit of synchronicity going on. And I can't even read out the rude words I'd written on this sheet related to when I read 16,000 plastic bottles at one of our sports facilities. It's just really disappointing. And I think although I'm supporting this, I think it's something that has to be raised and addressed. I mean, they can stop selling any bottles, so that bangoes the problem overnight. Or they could, I can imagine the companies selling the bottles are probably billion-dollar companies who could probably afford to subsidize each bottle by 30 cents, thus creating the very amount of money that they're asking for. So Coca-Cola Corporation, Pepsi-Cola Corporation, take note. So that was really disappointing, although it was good to see, and I agree with Ms. Gretel, and I've read the responses that were sent to you, Ms. McKenzie, to your inquiries. I do sense they're genuine, but I'm certainly going to be watching them like a hawk. And being somebody who's into sport myself, I do understand the limitations on the type of vessel you can take onto a sporting arena, and we certainly wouldn't want to encourage glass where lots of young people are playing. But yeah, it's something for us as a subcommittee to think about when this rolls around again, in terms of the balance of available funds, because I also would have liked to have topped a lot of these up, but que sera, sera. Thank you.
Kia ora. Are there any other speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried, and we are at the small project grants, waste minimisation. The attachments on page 43. There isn't any more. We've done it, haven't we? Yeah, I know. Okay. Okay, so we just there's no conflicts. We'll just say. Do you want to speak to it? Oh, sorry, Ms. Moore.
I've got a conflict with the Midwinter Carnival. Perceived conflict more than anything.
Oh, okay. So you'll be sitting back on this conflict. Okay, thank you. All right. I'm very happy, so I'm just moving that we note the approved funding allocated to organisations for waste minimisation and project grants. So I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Elder, thank you. Are there any speakers to the motion? I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Thank you, that is carried. Thank you, dear staff people. Thank you very much and welcome. Oh, welcome back to the table in order to leave, Ms. Moy. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Lloyd, for your engaging and your questions and your challenges, and keeping us on our toes. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Councillor Lofiso.
Now we welcome to the table staff to talk on the Biodiversity Fund. Craig Wilson and Mr. Richard Ewins. Yes.
Do I stay for this one? I can't remember. Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. And I get confused.
No, this is councillors and non-federal representatives only.
Thank you. See you next time.
Thank you.
We're nearly there, huh? 2:48. Okay, so I have a conflict of interest. The Araitiru Marae application bio 2021 number 33. Does anyone else have a conflict of interest? Ms. Councillor Walker?
You call me Miss Walker.
I was going to say Mr. I was going to say Mr.
I have a conflict with number 24, Seahole.
Okay, thank you.
And for me, number 28, Sidewalk.
Doing final completed first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Reports and then the applications.
Sorry.
28.
No, the next one.
Mr. Kane?
Yes, I have a conflict with Araitiru Marae and Karirapa Ringaka Taraki.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I've jumped the gun a bit, but it's good to be them now. Right, we'll go back to attachment A, page 48. And this is the completed those projects that have been completed since the last reports to the grant subcommittee in May 2021. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, it's basically just a budget report, but there is some surplus funding, so some of the approved grants for this week, so there's a small amount of $1,879 to be decided whether to reallocate it to the March 22 round or keep it to the same.
Are there any questions of the report or anything else? Yes, Councillor Allen.
Just a comment and a question, I suppose, at the same time. In the past, we've had a lot of people who haven't been able to, you know, fulfil their obligation to use funds within the set amount of time. But my observation is that actually a lot more is getting done in that time, and I was just congratulating the team on that and also the community on that. So is that your observation?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think it is a general trend. I think we've tightened up on the accruals and how long the grants are outstanding for people who use them, and I think that's helped. I think putting that tight time frame of 24 months on spending the money is helpful in that regard. And I think, yeah, I think there is a general trend for it to be used.
Cool, that's great.
I'm confused. If we choose not to reallocate the funding to 2022, does it get lost or? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so we have before us paperwork, and we need to decide, I think, what to do with the 1879-42. Does anyone want to move something? Councillor Barker. Councillor Barker.
I'd like to move option 1, that we reallocate the unclaimed monies of $1,879.42 to the March 2022 funding round.
Councillor Walker, you were seconding? Right, and we've gone the other way around, and there will also add to that the noting of the project completion reports on Dunedin Biodiversity Fund projects. Thank you very much, colleagues. Right, any discussion? Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Thank you, that is carried. That's attachment A dealt with. Now we're moving on to item 9, and now we're moving on to item 10, and we've already done conflicts. Thank you, colleagues. Do you wish to speak to this?
No, I mean, I think you can take everyone's read, but just a general comment that the way we've allocated this time is consistent with last time. The low priority or ineligible applications are recommended for decline, and the really high quality applications from first time applicants are recommended for full funding, and then everything else is in.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have 3 questions. First question is, when was the funds at $40,000, and I see we have $78,000 worth of applications. When was the last time the fund was increased?
It's a good question. I'd have to go back and look at that to give you a proper date, but it's before my time, so it's more than 3 years ago. I suspect possibly 4 years ago. Why? What you might have to do?
I just asked that question in the context of obviously building materials are going up and there's scarcities due to COVID, etc. So I'm just concerned about that we would be able to get supply and demand, and about how far the funding's going. That's just for us, I guess, as councillors who think about budgets to know. Also, does the DCC provide any fund? Oh, sorry, I can answer.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to get an answer on that one because of the timing, and I should have asked it earlier. My other question was around whether I see that the Hereweka Harbour Cone Trust has an agreement to manage the land on behalf of the Dunedin City Council, and I just wonder, in that agreement, does the Dunedin City Council provide any funding to the Harbour Cone Trust to do the work?
I think they do. I'd have to check what the nature of that funding was, but that is between the parks team, I guess, and the trust. But I'm unsure of the nature of any funding. But I just knowing the people that have applied, I suspect that it doesn't include things like operational money for fencing and things like that.
Yeah, I just wanted to check that it wasn't duplicating the whatever agreement and the service level agreement. I should have asked for that beforehand. but it's great work anyway. Thank you.
Any other questions? Right, am I correct in thinking that we might move to declines? There's no conflicts with declines, eh?
No,
Right.
19, 27 and 32.
19. Okay, yeah, thank you. Right, so that's the Esquire Native Planting Project. Mihiwaka Organics Wetlands Restoration and Quarantine Island Kaurua Biodiversity Project. I'm happy to move that we decline these 3 applications. Have a seconded. Thank you, Councillor Barker. Are there any speakers to the motion? All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you, that is carried. And now, shall we deal with some conflicts of interest? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so shall we deal with item application bio 2021 number 24, where Councillor Wolf is sitting back. Thank you very much. That's to C Hall. We have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Alder. I'll second, so that we are accepting the staff recommendation of $1,500. Is there any speakers? Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, and that is, abstentions, none. That is carried. Thank you very much. Can I come back? Councillor Walker. Mr. Wilson is going to sit back from bio 2021-28, case Setaway, Fairfield Flora and Fauna. And I'm happy to move that we accept the staff recommendation of $1,500 for the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Are there any speakers? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you, that is carried. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Wilson. And then we'll deal with Mr. Keen's conflicts. That's numbers 33. I'm just trying to find myself. Araituru Marae, and 38 is the Kati Huirapa Runaka Pukataraki. Thank you for sitting back, Mr. Keen. And I'm happy to move that we accept staff recommendations for both of those. Secondly, thank you, Councillor Barker.
Just one moment, Marie, did you have a conflict with the Araituru Marae?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, okay. I'll withdraw from that. Take it back to you. Oh, no, what I'll do is we'll do Kati Huirapa. And then I'll withdraw and then we'll do Araituru. Thank you for that reminder. Okay, so now we're just sticking with Kati Huirapa, number 38. I moved and Councillor Alder seconded. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Oh, sorry, we haven't dealt with Araituru yet. And so both you and I will sit back. So thank you, that motion is carried, and now Councillor Barker will chair, and I'll sit back.
Kia ora koutou. I will put the motion that we will grant $1,800 to Araituru Marae for the Marae Restoration Habitat Project. So seconded by Councillor Walker. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favour? I can see that there's no one against and no abstention, so I declare the motion carried. Thank you, everyone, and I'll pass back to Marie.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, Adam. And now we are dealing with numbers 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 29, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, and 37. And I'm very happy to move that we approve funding of those applications as per the staff recommendations. So I have a second. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I just this is probably the application today that's had the least discussion, and I think that's an opportunity to thank Mr. Ewens, Mr. Wilson, and particularly Mr. Ewens for all your work you've done on this. To me, this is one of the best processes we have. I actually love the first pay first, claim after basis. I love the feedback that you give, the reporting, the photographs, the application form is well laid out. It's really easy to navigate and read. And I also applaud the way that you give priority to first-time applicants and people who have high levels of planning. So I really do, and I think that speaks to why there's not so much delving and investigation into the reasons as to why you've recommended or otherwise. So I just want to, probably on behalf of everyone, applaud the efforts in getting this in front of us. And it really is encouraging to see so much great quality biodiversity work going on in the city. Yeah, so it would be, and I think just touching on what Councillor Barsham mentioned earlier, that's probably something for the elected body to advocate for. And I think it's probably long overdue, looking at the amount the amount that's being requested, that it might be time for us to go do some advocating amongst our peers to get more money into this pot, because whether we like it or not, there is massive pressure on our biodiversity, and the more that can be done by people in the community to make the effect less is all the better in my book. So thank you once again.
Thank you for the feedback. That's fantastic.
Any other speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried.
Through the chair, the last time this fund was increased was 4 years ago. Went from 60,000 to 80,000.
Thank you. Do you hear that, Councillor Barker? Cool. All right, I think we are coming to the end of the meeting. Yay, thank you so much. And now I'll just hand back to Adam, and then we'll declare our meeting closed. Hand over to Adam, I mean, for closing comment here. Come on,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Una here ki te uru tapunui, kia wātea, kia mama, te kaku, te tinana, te warua, I te ara takatu, koera, e roko, whakaaria, ake, ke ruka, kia tina, hui e tāki.
Thank you so
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And I'd just like to record again my thanks to colleagues and to the staff. Thank you so much for making our job so easy. Thank you. And I'll just declare the meeting closed. Have a good evening and rest of your week.
You too. Thank you,
Thank you, Paul.